So I'm waiting for some food to get done real quick, guys. So I'm gonna start a little bit of a grind, or I'm gonna grind a little bit more on this realm. I'm gonna attempt to get some beacons put up, to be honest. And as soon as those beacons are put up, yeah, I'm just gonna, I don't know, I'm just gonna try to put some beacons and grind out some more shit until I hear the timer go off, and then I'll be back in a little bit. And I don't know what I'm gonna do from there, but yeah, this is what I'm gonna do at the moment. Alright guys, food is now done, so I'm gonna have to go get it. I'll be back in a little bit, so yeah, I'm just gonna sit here and stay safe. I gotta go again, guys. Hey, welcome. Yo, Cox up. Hey, bro, what's up, homie? Welcome to the stream. I gotta go for a half second. I gotta go put a, a collar on my dog, and I'll be back in probably 5 minutes or less, hopefully. Hopefully before the 2 hour, 30 minute mark, but I can't guarantee, but I'll try to hurry. Sweet, sweet. Hey guys, I'm back. I'm sorry that took way too long. Frick. Yeah, that took longer than I expected. Definitely, for sure. Like 13 minutes longer, so it took like 6 minutes or 16 minutes instead of like 5 minutes. So yeah, my bad, but I'm here. I'm gonna try to get shit done. It's okay, still here? Heck yeah.
And pray for the well-being of the king.
Hey, if you're still here, I'll leave this on if you want to listen. It's Ezra at the moment.
If anyone defies this edict, a beam is to be pulled from their house, and they are to be impaled on it. And for this crime, their house is to be made a pile of rubble. May God, who has caused his name to dwell there, overthrow any king.
Sorry, internet acting up. I was behind you, all good, homie.
Or to destroy this temple in Jerusalem. I, Darius, have decreed it. Let it be carried out with diligence. Then, because of the decree King Darius had sent, Tattenai, governor of Trans-Euphrates, and Shethar-Bozenai and their associates carried it out with diligence. So the elders of the Jews continued to build and prosper under the preaching of Haggai, the prophet, and Zechariah, a descendant of Iddo. They finished building the temple according to the command of the God of Israel, and the decrees of Cyrus, Darius, and Artaxerxes, kings of Persia. The temple was completed on the 3rd day of the month Adar, in the 6th year of the reign of King Darius. Then the people of Israel, the priests, the Levites, and the rest of the exiles, celebrated the dedication of the house of God with joy. For the dedication of this house of God, they offered 100 bulls, 200 rams, 400 male lambs, and, as a sin offering for all Israel, 12 male goats, one for each of the tribes of Israel. And they installed the priests in their divisions and the Levites in their groups for the service of God at Jerusalem, according to what is written in the book of Moses. On the 14th day of the 1st month, the exiles celebrated the Passover. The priests and Levites had purified themselves and were all ceremonially clean. The Levites slaughtered the Passover lamb for all the exiles, for their relatives, the priests, and for themselves. So the Israelites who had returned from the exile ate it, together with all who had separated themselves from the unclean practices of their Gentile neighbors, in order to seek the Lord, the God of Israel. For 7 days they celebrated with joy the festival of unleavened bread, because the Lord had filled them with joy by changing the attitude of the king of Assyria, so that he assisted them in the work on the house of God, the God of Israel. Ezra chapter 7. After these things, during the reign of Artaxerxes, king of Persia, Ezra, son of Sariah, the son of Azariah, the son of Hilkiah, the son of Shallum, the son of Zadok, the son of Ahitub, the son of Amariah, the son of Azariah, the son of Meraioth, the son of Zerahiah, the son of Uzai, the son of Bukai, the son of Abishua, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the chief priest. This Ezra came up from Babylon. He was a teacher, well versed in the law of Moses, which the Lord, the God of Israel, had given. The king had granted everything he asked, for the hand of the Lord his God was on him. Some of the Israelites, including priests, Levites, musicians, gatekeepers, and temple servants, also came up to Jerusalem in the 7th year of King Artaxerxes. Ezra arrived in Jerusalem in the 5th month of the 7th year of the king. He had begun his journey from Babylon on the 1st day of the 1st month, and he arrived in Jerusalem on the 1st day of the 5th month, for the gracious hand of his God was on him. For Ezra had devoted himself to the study and observance of the law of the Lord, and to teaching its decrees and laws in Israel. This is a copy of the letter King Artaxerxes had given to Ezra the priest, a teacher of the law, a man learned in matters concerning the commands and decrees of the Lord for Israel. Artaxerxes, king of kings, to Ezra the priest, teacher of the law of the God of heaven. Greetings. Now I decree that any of the Israelites in my kingdom, including priests and Levites, who volunteer to go to Jerusalem with you, may go. You are sent by the king and his 7 advisers to inquire about Judah and Jerusalem, with regard to the
I'll
law
be
of
right
your
back.
God,
I'm gonna get
which is in your
a snack, lol. Yes,
Moreover,
sir.
You are to take with you the silver and gold that the king and his advisers have freely given to the God of Israel, whose dwelling is in Jerusalem, together with all the silver and gold you may obtain from the province of Babylon, as well as the free will offerings of the people and priests for the temple of their God in Jerusalem. With this money, be sure to buy bulls, rams, and male lambs, together with their grain offerings and drink offerings, and sacrifice them on the altar of the temple of your God in Jerusalem. You and your fellow Israelites may then do whatever seems best with the rest of the silver and gold, in accordance with the will of your God. Deliver to the God of Jerusalem all the articles entrusted to you for worship in the temple of your God, and anything else needed for the temple of your God that you are responsible to supply, you may provide from the royal treasury. Now I, King Artaxerxes, decree that all the treasurers of Trans-Euphrates are to provide with diligence whatever Ezra the priest, the teacher of the law of the God of heaven, may ask of you, up to 100 talents of silver, 100 cores of wheat, 100 baths of wine, 100 baths of olive oil and salt, without limit. Whatever the God of heaven has prescribed, let it be done with diligence for the temple of the God of heaven. Why should his wrath fall on the realm of the king and of his sons? You are also to know that you have no authority to impose taxes, tribute, or duty on any of the priests, Levites, musicians, gatekeepers, temple servants, or other workers at this house of God. And you, Ezra, in accordance with the wisdom of your God which you possess, appoint magistrates and judges to administer justice to all the people of Trans-Euphrates, all who know the laws of your God. And you are to teach any who do not know them. Whoever does not obey the law of your God and the law of the king must surely be punished by death, banishment, confiscation of property, or imprisonment. Praise be to the Lord, the God of our ancestors, who has put it into the king's heart to bring honor to the house of the Lord in Jerusalem in this way, and who has extended his good favor to me before the king and his advisers, and all the king's powerful officials. Because the hand of the Lord my God was on me, I took courage and gathered leaders from Israel to go up with me. Ezra chapter 8. These are the family heads and those registered with them, who came up with me from Babylon during the reign of King Artaxerxes. Of the descendants of Perez, Gershom. Of the descendants of Ithamar, Daniel. Of the descendants of David, Hattush. Of the descendants of Shechaniah. Of the descendants of Parosh, Zechariah, and with him were registered 150 men. Of the descendants of Pahath-Moab, Eli-Ehoenai, son of Zechariah, and with him 200 men. Of the descendants of Zattu, Shechaniah, son of Jehaziel, and with him 300 men. Of the descendants of David, Ebed, son of Jonathan, and with him 50 men. Of the descendants of Elam, Jeshiah, son of Ataliah, and with him 70 men. Of the descendants of Shephatiah, Zebediah son of Michael, and with him 80 men. Of the descendants of Joab, Obadiah son of Jehiel, and with him 218 men. Of the descendants of Bani, Shelomith son of Josephiah, and with him 160 men. Of the descendants of Bebai, Zechariah son of Bebai, and with him 28 men. Of the descendants of Azgad, Johanan son of Hakkitan, and with him 110 men. Of the descendants of Adonikam, the last ones whose names were Eliphalet, Jeuel, and Shemaiah, and with them 60 men. Of the descendants of Bigvai, Utai, and Zakkar, and with them 70 men. I assembled them at the canal that flows towards Ahava, and we camped there 3 days. When I checked among the people and the priests, I found no Levites there. So I summoned Eleazar, Ariel, Shemaiah, Elnathan, Jarib, Elnathan, Nathan, Zechariah, and Meshullam, who were leaders, and Joiarib and Elnathan, who were men of learning. And I ordered them to go to Iddo, the leader in Cassiphia. I told them what to say to Iddo and his fellow Levites, the temple servants in Cassiphia, so that they might bring attendance to us for the house of our God. Because the gracious hand of our God was on us, they brought us Sherebiah, a capable man from the descendants of Malai, son of Levi, the son of Israel, and Sherebiah's sons and brothers, 18 in all. And Hashabiah, together with Jeshiah, from the descendants of Merari, and his brothers and nephews, 20 men in all. They also brought 220 of the temple servants, a body that David and the officials had established to assist the Levites. All were registered by name. There, by the Ahava canal, I proclaimed a fast, so that we might humble ourselves before our God and ask him for a safe journey for us and our children with all our possessions. I was ashamed to ask the king for soldiers and horsemen to protect us from enemies on the road, because we had told the king, the gracious hand of our God is on everyone who looks to him, but his great anger is against all who forsake him. So we fasted and petitioned our God about this, and he answered our prayer. Then I set apart 12 of the leading priests, namely Sherebiah, Hashabiah, and 10 of their brothers. And I weighed out to them the offering of silver and gold and the articles that the king, his advisers, his officials, and all Israel present there had donated for the house of our God. I weighed out to them 650 talents of silver, silver articles weighing 100 talents, 100 talents of gold, 20 bowls of gold valued at 1,000 dareks, and 2 fine articles of polished bronze as precious as gold. I said to them, you, as well as these articles, are consecrated to the Lord. The silver and gold are a free will offering to the Lord, the God of your ancestors. Guard them carefully until you weigh them out in the chambers of the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, before the leading priests and the Levites and the family heads of Israel. Then the priests and Levites received the silver and gold and sacred articles that had been weighed out to be taken to the house of our God in Jerusalem. On the 12th day of the first month, we set out from the Ahava canal to go to Jerusalem. The hand of our God was on us, and he protected us from enemies and bandits along the way. So we arrived at Jerusalem, where we rested 3 days. On the 4th day, in the house of our God, we weighed out the silver and gold and the sacred articles into the hands of Meremoth, son of Uriah the priest. Eleazar, son of Phinehas, was with him, and so were the Levites, Jozabad, son of Jeshua, and Noadiah, son of Binnui. Everything was accounted for by number and weight, and the entire weight was recorded at that time. Then the exiles, who had returned from captivity, sacrificed burnt offerings to the God of Israel. 12 bulls for all Israel, 96 rams, 77 male lambs, and as a sin offering, 12 male goats. All this was a burnt offering to the Lord. They also delivered the king's orders to the royal satraps and to the governors of Trans-Euphrates, who then gave assistance to the people and to the house of God. Ezra chapter 9. After these things had been done, the leaders came to me and said, the people of Israel, including the priests and the Levites, have not kept themselves separate from the neighboring peoples with their detestable practices, like those of the Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, Jebusites, Ammonites, Moabites, Egyptians, and Amorites. They have taken some of their daughters as wives for themselves and their sons, and have mingled the holy race with the peoples around them. And the leaders and officials have led the way in this unfaithfulness. When I heard this, I tore my tunic and cloak, pulled hair from my head and beard, and sat down appalled. Then everyone who trembled at the words of the God of Israel gathered round me because of this unfaithfulness of the exiles. And I sat there appalled until the evening sacrifice. Then, at the evening sacrifice, I rose from my self-abasement, with my tunic and cloak torn, and fell on my knees with my hands spread out to the Lord my God, and prayed. I am too ashamed and disgraced, my God, to lift up my face to you, because our sins are higher than our heads, and our guilt has reached to the heavens. From the days of our ancestors until now, our guilt has been great. Because of our sins, we and our kings and our priests have been subjected to the sword and captivity, to pillage and humiliation at the hand of foreign kings, as it is today. But now, for a brief moment, the Lord our God has been gracious in leaving us a remnant and giving us a firm place in his sanctuary. And so our God gives light to our eyes and a little relief in our bondage. Though we are slaves, our God has not forsaken us in our bondage. He has shown us kindness in the sight of the kings of Persia. He has granted us new life to rebuild the house of our God and repair its ruins. And he has given us a wall of protection in Judah and Jerusalem. But now, our God, what can we say after this? For we have forsaken the commands you gave through your servants the prophets, when you said, "The land you are entering to possess is a land polluted by the corruption of its peoples. By their detestable practices they have filled it with their impurity."
He has it in peaceful mode.
Therefore do not give your daughters in marriage to their sons, or take their daughters for your sons. Do not seek a treaty of friendship with them at any time, that you may be strong and eat the good things of the land, and leave it to your children as an everlasting inheritance. What has happened to us is a result of our evil deeds and our great guilt. And yet, our God, you have punished us less than our sins have deserved, and have given us a remnant like this. Shall we then break your commands again, and intermarry with the peoples who commit such detestable practices? Would you not be angry enough with us to destroy us, leaving us no remnant or survivor? Lord, the God of Israel, you are righteous. We are left this day as a remnant. Here we are before you in our guilt, though because of it, not one of us can stand in your presence. Ezra chapter 10. While Ezra was praying and confessing, weeping and throwing himself down before the house of God, a large crowd of Israelites, men, women, and children, gathered round him. They too wept bitterly. Then Shechaniah, son of Jehiel, one of the descendants of Elam, said to Ezra, "We have been unfaithful to our God by marrying foreign women from the peoples around us. But in spite of this, there is still hope for Israel. Now let us make a covenant before our God to send away all these women and children, in accordance with the counsel of my Lord, and of those who fear the commands of our God. Let it be done according to the law. Rise up. This matter is in your hands. We will support you, so take courage and do it." So Ezra rose up and put the leading priests and Levites and all Israel under oath to do what had been suggested. And they took the oath. Then Ezra withdrew from before the house of God and went to the room of Jehohanan, son of Eliashib. While he was there, he ate no food and drank no water, because he continued to mourn over the unfaithfulness of the exiles. A proclamation was then issued throughout Judah and Jerusalem for all the exiles to assemble in Jerusalem. Anyone who failed to appear within 3 days would forfeit all his property in accordance with the decision of the officials and elders, and would himself be expelled from the assembly of the exiles. Within the 3 days, all the men of Judah and Benjamin had gathered in Jerusalem. And on the 20th day of the 9th month, all the people were sitting in the square before the house of God, greatly distressed by the occasion, and because of the rain. Then Ezra the priest stood up and said to them, "You have been unfaithful. You have married foreign women, adding to Israel's guilt. Now honor the Lord, the God of your ancestors, and do his will. Separate yourselves from the peoples around you, and from your foreign wives." The whole assembly responded with a loud voice, "You are right. We must do as you say. But there are many people here, and it is the rainy season, so we cannot stand outside. Besides, this matter cannot be taken care of in a day or two, because we have sinned greatly in this thing. Let our officials act for the whole assembly. Then let everyone in our towns who has married a foreign woman come at a set time, along with the elders and judges of each town, until the fierce anger of our God in this matter is turned away from us. Only Jonathan, son of Asahel, and Jezahiah, son of Tikvah, supported by Meshullam and Shabbatai the Levite, opposed this. So the exiles did as was proposed. Ezra the priest selected men who were family heads, one from each family division, and all of them designated by name. On the first day of the 10th month, they sat down to investigate the cases. And by the first day of the first month,
what's up,
they
homie?
finished dealing with all the men who had married foreign women.
I'm just
Among the
terraforming.
descendants of the priests, the following had married foreign women. From the descendants of Joshua, son of Jozadak, and his brothers, Mahasiah, Eleazar, Jarib, and Gedaliah. They all gave their hands in pledge to put away their wives, and for their guilt they each presented a ram from the flock as a guilt offering. From the descendants of Immer, Hanani and Zebediah. From the descendants of Harim, Maaseiah, Elijah, Shemaiah, Jehiel, and Uzziah.
Heck yeah.
From the descendants of Pashur,
Yeah, sorry if this is
Elioenah,
boring, homie.
Maaseiah,
It's gonna look cool when it's done, but it's boring right now, I ain't gonna lie.
Eliezer. Among the Levites, Jozabad, Shimei,
But hopefully I can listen to the whole Bible while doing it, you know?
Judah and Eliezer. From the musicians, Eliashib. From the gatekeepers, Shallum, Telem, and Uri. And among the other Israelites, from the descendants of Parosh, Ramiah, Isaiah, Malchijah, Mijamin, Eliezer, Malchijah, and Benaiah. From the descendants of Elam, Mattaniah, Zechariah, Jehiel, Abdi, Jeremoth, and Elijah. From the descendants of Zatu, Elioenai, Eliashib, Mattaniah, Jeremoth, Zabad, and Aziza. From the descendants of Bebai, Jehohanan, Hananiah, Zebai, and Atlai. From the descendants of Bani, Meshullam, Maluk, Adiah, Jashub, Shelah,
I'm
and
entertained,
Jeriel.
dude. This plus
From the
Minecraft,
descendants
perfect
of
combo.
Pahath-Moab,
Heck yeah, that's what's
Adna,
up.
Kilal, Benaiah, Maaseiah, Mattaniah,
Yeah, I figure a lot of people don't like it, but
Binnui, and Manasseh.
I don't know. I figure it's pretty
From the
dope,
descendants of
honestly.
Harim,
Good
Eliezer,
combo for me personally.
Ishijah, Malchijah, Shemaiah, Shimeon, Benjamin, Maluk, and Shemariah. From the descendants of Hashum, Mattanai, Mattatah, Zabad, Eliphalet, Jeremiah, Manasseh, and Shimei. From the descendants of Bani, Maadai, Amram, Uel, Benaiah, Bediah, Keluhai, Benaiah, Meremoth, Eliashib, Mattaniah, Mattanai, and Jeasub.
We're just built different.
From the
Yes, sir.
descendants of Binnui, Shimei, Shelemiah, Nathan,
They don't know
Adaiah,
us, son.
Machnadabai, Sheshai, Sherai, Azarel, Shelemiah, Shemariah, Shalom, Amariah, and Joseph. From the descendants of Nebo, Sheihel, Mattatiah, Zabad, Zabina, Jadai, Joel, and Benaiah. All these had married foreign women, and some of them had children by these wives.
Dang, that's the end of Ezra? Alright, hold up. Let me find what comes next.
In stock and ready to ship free the next day. Zoro.com.
Nah. Alright, give me a moment. I'm gonna fill my... I lied. I'm gonna go over here to these shulkers and fill these up real quick. I lied. I'm gonna go back and get shulkers. Alright, heck yeah. Honestly, I could just let these blocks despawn. But it's gonna be way cooler to have all these blocks afterwards. Be like, look at all these mountains I tore down or whatever. Alright, really quick, let me get that on now since I'm over here. For real. Easer. Let's see if I can't find one that's not a King James version. I mean, I don't mind King James for studying, but it's definitely not the best in the world when it comes to just listening, you know?
The Book of Nehemiah. Nehemiah, chapter 1. The words of Nehemiah, son of Hakaliah. In the month of Kislev, in the 20th year, while I was in the citadel of Susa, Hanani, one of my brothers, came from Judah with some other men, and I questioned them about the Jewish remnant that had survived the exile, and also about Jerusalem. They said to me, "Those who survived the exile and are back in the province are in great trouble and disgrace. The wall of Jerusalem is broken down, and its gates have been burned with fire." When I heard these things, I sat down and wept. For some days I mourned and fasted and prayed before the God of heaven. Then I said, "Lord, God of heaven, the great and awesome God, who keeps his covenant of love with those who love him and keep his commandments. Let your ear be attentive.
Yeah, I just don't care unless it's inaccurate. For real, I feel that.
Before you, day and night for your
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty accurate to my knowledge, or at least, you know, yeah.
I confess the sins we Israelites.
I can't guarantee since I don't speak Hebrew and Greek fluently, but, you know, I can assume.
We have not obeyed the commands, decrees, and laws you gave your servant Moses. Remember the instruction you gave your servant Moses, saying, 'If you are unfaithful, I will scatter you among the nations. But if you return..."
Nicola Scott, hi, what's up, Nicola? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for stopping by.
Gather them from there and bring them to the place I have chosen as a
Bro, Nicola's old, I mean, Nostalgia's old fan too, but Nicola's like old fan from like 2018 from Omelet Arcade back in the day before they banned me.
The prayer of this your servant, and to the prayer of your servants who delight in revering your name. Give your servant success today by granting him favor in the presence of this man. I was cupbearer to the king. Nehemiah, chapter 2. In the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of King Artaxerxes, when wine was brought for him, I took the wine and gave it to the king. I had not been sad in his presence before, so the king asked me,
Dang, he's an OG. I think it's she, but yes, sir.
"This can be nothing but sadness of heart." I was very much afraid, but I said to the king, "May the king live forever. Why should my face not look sad, when the city where my ancestors are buried lies in
Yeah,
ruins,
just joined like
and its
5
gates
months
have been
ago. I don't
destroyed
know.
by
Wait,
fire?"
you? I don't know 100% how
The
long
king
ago,
said
but
to me, "What
yeah,
is it
you've
you
been
want?"
here a while at least. I mean, you've been, I don't
I
know,
prayed to the God of
you've
heaven.
been here, if that makes sense. Even if you just joined recently-ish or like, you know, half a year or so ago.
And if your servant
I don't know how long it was 100%, but you're still like, you know, you an OG still, because you're like, you know, you're like one of my,
that I can rebuild it.
I don't know, one of the chill homies that's always there. You know, one of my OG fans back in the day. You know, I don't know how to describe it, but
When will you get back?
like one of the ones that's like always there. You know what I mean?
Please the king to send me. So I set a time. I also said to him,
Oh shoot, I gotta pick up these blocks.
"May I have letters to the governors of Trans-Euphrates, so that they will provide me safe conduct until I arrive in Judah? And may I have a letter to Asaph, keeper of the royal park, so he will give me timber to make beams for the gates of the citadel by the temple, and for the city wall, and for the residence I will occupy." And because the gracious hand of my God was on me, the king granted my request.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So I went to the governors of Trans-Euphrates. and
Boing,
gave them the
boing,
king's
boing.
letters. The king had also sent army officers and cavalry with me. When Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah the Ammonite official heard about this, they were very much disturbed that someone had come to promote the welfare of the Israelites. I went to Jerusalem, and after staying there 3 days, I set out during the night with a few others. I had not told anyone what my God had put in my heart to do for Jerusalem. There were no mounts with me except the one I was riding on. By night, I went out through the valley gate towards the Jackal Well and the Dung Gate, examining the walls of Jerusalem which had been broken down, and its gates, which had been destroyed by fire. Then I moved on towards the fountain gate and the king's pool, but there was not enough room for my mount to get through. So I went up the valley by night, examining the wall. Finally, I turned back and re-entered through the valley gate. The officials did not know where I had gone or what I was doing, because as yet I had said nothing to the Jews or the priests or nobles or officials or any others who would be doing the work. Then I said to them,
Jew?
"You see the trouble we are in. Jerusalem lies in ruins, and its gates have been burned with fire.
Yo, nostalgia. I don't know how much of a dark humor type of person you are,
Will no longer be in disgrace."
but you should look up Muhammad's Boom Boom Room later on.
And what the king had said to me.
It's made by a few people who debate Islam. One of the guys, like a diagnosed psychopath, but the videos they make are fire, and they are the real deal in my opinion. What they do is basically they take passages from the Quran and they basically quote unquote reenact them, if you know what I mean, or basically have, I don't know, that's not what they do 100%, but basically they have their person who is reenacting Muhammad reenact some of the stuff that Muhammad would do if he was around in today's age, if you know what I mean.
Nehemiah chapter 3. Eliashib, the high priest, and his fellow priests went to work and rebuilt the sheep gate.
It's pretty geeking though, at least in my opinion.
And set its doors in place, building as far as the Tower of the 100, which they dedicated, and as far as the Tower of Hananel.
And it's also educational when it comes to Islam, in my opinion. I don't know, it depends. Yes, sir, yeah, I don't know. My mom's not a big fan of it, but I love it, and my brothers and other siblings love it, so I don't know, you might not be a fan, but I feel like you probably would enjoy it.
The son of Hakkoz repaired the next section.
Not to my knowledge, no cursing. But there is some raunchy type humor,
Also made repairs.
if you know what I
The next
mean.
section was repaired by the men of Tekoa, but their nobles would not put their...
Like, for instance, in one episode, there's, it's called Muhammad, okay, I might mess up the actual name, but something like Muhammad meets the LGBTQ community or something like that. And, basically, in the end, he's telling the homosexuals that they need to either convert to Islam, be killed, or pay jizya. And yeah, they basically make a song about jizya, if you catch the drift. Alright, that don't bother me. Yes, sir. Oh yeah, it had me dying. Like, it's called Muhammad's Boom Boom Room. Honestly, I don't know if I can right now, but I'll try to find a link just to paste it here because it's that good. I'm going to tell you guys to go. I mean, you don't need to right now, but I'm going to literally paste it here so you can go and watch something else instead of watching me. It's that good. Share playlist, copy link, go to Cocktail You Drop's YouTube channel, click on the live stream, turn myself down so that way there's no echo. Wait for it to actually load because I have slow internet. Hey, I just noticed your YouTube picture, nostalgia, or your profile picture. I watched Babylon B, so it's kind of the same. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the guy is friends with them, so yeah, I could be wrong, but I am pretty sure. Go to channel. Nicola, you need to make more Minecraft content. But I subscribe to your channel, Nicola, so that way I can, always find you now, because I remember you used to be here on Omelet Arcade, but I don't know where all the OGs went after I got banned, so I ended up subscribing so I don't lose you. Yeah, I changed it for Christmas. It's not even Halloween yet, homie. What are you talking about? No. I'm kidding, but I'm one of those. I don't know. I mean, I still like it, if you will, but I used to love Halloween back in the day. It was probably one of the other reasons why people were like, bro, you're whatever, you seem whatever. I don't know. I used to be more of I love the darker stuff, the strange, dark, and mysterious, if you will. I'm not scared. What's that? Yeah, there's something. There was none there. I thought there was something, maybe. But I ain't scared. Oh, shit, it's raining. Run. I am really kind of sad that my homie put it on peaceful, though, because, like... Bruh. If you want to play on peaceful, that's one thing, but don't leave it on peaceful, please. I hate it. Oh yeah, I was gonna unpause this, my bad. Why is it not working? Oh, it is, I just turned it down.
Heard by the men of Tekoa, but their nobles would not put their shoulders to the work under their supervisors. The Jashana Gate was repaired by Joiada, son of Pasea, and Meshulam, son of Pethathiah. They laid its beams and put its stores with their bolts and bars in place. Next to them, repairs were made by men from Gibeah and
I'm gonna watch it, be right back. Yes, sir. Yeah, there's a few in there, but yeah, watch as many as you want, homie. They're hilarious.
Under the authority of the governor of Trans-Euphrates. Aziel, son of Hariah, one of the goldsmiths, repaired the next section. And Hananiah,
I would recommend watching Muhammad Meets Gabriel, but you can watch for your first one, but you can watch any of them.
Son of Ham, ruler of a half district of Jerusalem, repaired the next section. Adjoining this, Jediah, son of Harumah, made repairs opposite his house, and Hattush, son of Hashabniah, made repairs next to him. Malchijah, son of Harim, and Hashub, son of Pahath Moab, repaired another section, and the Tower of the Ovens. Shalom, son of Halohesh, ruler of the half-district of Jerusalem, repaired the next section with the help of his daughters. The Valley Gate was repaired by Hanon, and the residents of Zanoah. They rebuilt it and put its doors with their bolts and bars in place. They also repaired 1,000 cubits of the wall, as far as the Dung Gate. The Dung Gate was repaired by Malchijah, son of Rechab, ruler of the district of Beth Hakerem. He rebuilt it and put its doors with their bolts and bars in place. The Fountain Gate was repaired by Shalom, son of Kolhose, ruler of the district of Mizpah. He rebuilt it, roofing it over and putting its doors and bolts and bars in place. He also repaired the wall of the pool of Siloam by the king's garden, as far as the steps going down from the city of David. Beyond him, Nehemiah, son of Azbuk, ruler of a half-district of Beth-Zur, made repairs up to a point opposite the tombs of David, as far as the artificial pool and the house of the heroes. Next to him, the repairs were made by the Levites, under Rehum, son of Bani. Beside him, Hashabiah, ruler of half the district of Keilah, carried out repairs for his district. Next to him, the repairs were made by their fellow Levites, under Binnui, son of Henadad, ruler of the other half district of Keilah. Next to him, Ezer, son of Jeshua, ruler of Mizpah, repaired another section, from a point facing the ascent to the armory, as far as the angle of the wall. Next to him, Bedrock, son of Zebai, zealously repaired another section, from the angle to the entrance of the house of Eliashib, the high priest. Next to him, Meremoth, son of Uriah, the son of Hakkoz, repaired another section, from the entrance of Eliashib's house to the end of it. The repairs next to him were made by the priests from the surrounding region. Beyond them, Benjamin and Hashub made repairs in front of their house, and next to them, Azariah, son of Maaseiah, the son of Ananiah, made repairs beside his house. Next to him, Binnui, son of Henadad, repaired another section, from Azariah's house to the angle and the corner. And Pelal, son of Uzai, worked opposite the angle and the tower projecting from the upper palace near the court of the guard. Next to him, Pedaiah, son of Parosh, and the temple servants living on the hill of Ophel, made repairs up to a point opposite the water gate towards the east and the projecting tower. Next to them, the men of Tekoa repaired another section, from the great projecting tower to the wall of Ophel. Above the horse gate, the priests made repairs, each in front of his own house. Next to them, Zadok, son of Immer, made repairs opposite his house. Next to him, Shemaiah, son of Shechaniah, the guard at the east gate, made repairs. Next to him, Hananiah, son of section. Next to them, Meshullam, son of Berechiah, made repairs opposite his living quarters. Next to him, Malchijah, one of the goldsmiths, made repairs as far as the house of the temple servants and the merchants, opposite the inspection gate, and as far as the room above the corner. And between the room above the corner and the sheep gate, the goldsmiths and merchants made repairs. Nehemiah chapter 4. When Sanballat heard that we were rebuilding the wall, he became angry and was greatly incensed. He ridiculed the Jews, and in the presence of his associates and the army of Samaria, he said, "What are these feeble Jews doing? Will they restore their wall? Will they offer sacrifices? Will they finish in a day? Can they bring the stones back to life from those heaps of rubble, burned as they are?" Tobiah the Ammonite, who was at his side, said, "What they are building, even a fox climbing up on it would break down their wall of stones. Honor us, our God, for we are despised. Turn their insults back on their own heads. Give them over as plunder in a land of captivity. Do not cover up their guilt or blot out their sins from your sight, for they have thrown insults in the face of the builders." So we rebuilt the wall till all of it reached half its height, but the people worked with all their heart. But when Sanballat, Tobiah, the Arabs, the Ammonites, and the people of Ashdod heard that the repairs to Jerusalem's walls had gone ahead and that the gaps were being closed, they were very angry. They all plotted together to come and fight against Jerusalem and stir up trouble against it. But we prayed to our God and posted a guard day and night to meet this threat. Meanwhile, the people in Judah said, "The strength of the laborers is giving out, and there is so much rubble that we cannot rebuild the wall." Also, our enemies said, "Before they know it or see us, we will be right there among them, and will kill them and put an end to the work." Then the Jews who lived near them came and told us 10 times over, "Wherever you turn, they will attack us." Therefore, I stationed some of the people behind the lowest points of the wall at the exposed places, posting them by families with their swords, spears, and bows. After I looked things over, I stood up and said to the nobles, the officials, and the rest of the people, "Don't be afraid of them. Remember the Lord, who is great and awesome, and fight for your families, your sons and your daughters, your wives and your homes." When our enemies heard that we were aware of their plot and that God had frustrated it, we all returned to the wall, each to our work. From that day on, half of my men did the work, while the other half were equipped with spears, shields, bows, and armor. The officers posted themselves behind all the people of Judah who were building the wall. Those who carried materials did their work with one hand and held a weapon in the other, and each of the builders wore his sword at his side as he worked. But the man who sounded the trumpet stayed with me. Then I said to the nobles, the officials, and the rest of the people, "The work is extensive and spread out, and we are widely separated from each other along the wall. Wherever you hear the sound of the trumpet, join us there. Our God will fight for us." So we continued the work with half the men holding spears, from the first light of dawn till the stars came out. At that time, I also said to the people, "Let every man and his helper stay inside Jerusalem at night, so that they can serve us as guards by night and as workers by day." Neither I nor my brothers nor my men nor the guards with me took off our clothes. Each had his weapon, even when he went for water. Nehemiah chapter 5. Now the men and their wives raised a great outcry against their fellow Jews. Some were saying, "We and our sons and daughters are numerous. In order for us to eat and stay alive, we must get grain." Others were saying, "We are mortgaging our fields, our vineyards, and our homes to get grain during the famine." Still others were saying, "We have had to borrow money to pay the king's tax on our fields and vineyards. Although we are of the same flesh and blood as our fellow Jews, and though our children are as good as theirs, yet we have to subject our sons and daughters to slavery. Some of the daughters have already been enslaved, but we are powerless, because our fields and our vineyards belong to others." When I heard their outcry and these charges, I was very angry. I pondered them in my mind, and then accused the nobles and officials. I told them, "You are charging your own people interest." So I called together a large meeting to deal with them, and said, "As far as possible, we have bought back our fellow Jews, who were sold to the Gentiles. Now you are selling your own people, only for them to be sold back to us. They kept quiet, because they could find nothing to say.
Yep, that channel's a keeper. Watch the Donald Trump one, made me start coughing. Yes, sir. Has me dying too. To my knowledge, that one's kind of, I don't know exactly how it is, but, yeah, the guy was like, he seems like he doesn't, or he's not like against Donald Trump or whatever, but he definitely seems like he doesn't like some of the stuff Donald Trump has been doing, if you know what I mean, but I could be wrong. So that's why I think some of the stuff is mentioned in there. It's like actual stuff Donald Trump has said that he doesn't agree with.
We will do as you say.
But then also, yeah, there's a whole bunch of Muhammad stuff in there.
I also shook out the folds.
Thanks for recommending it. Yes, sir. Like I said, I loved it personally.
Anyone who does not keep this promise, so may such a person be shaken out and emptied. At this, the whole assembly said, Amen, and praised the Lord. And the people.
My mom wasn't the biggest fan of it, but that's okay.
From the 20th year of King Artaxerxes, when I was appointed to be their governor in the land of Judah, until his 32nd year, 12 years, neither I nor my brothers ate the food allotted to the governor. But the earlier governors, those preceding me, placed a heavy burden on the people, and took 40 shekels of silver from them in addition to food and wine. Their assistants also lorded it over the people. But out of reverence for God, I did not act like that. Instead, I devoted myself to the work on this wall.
I don't care. I'm so used to straight up, or the people straight up lying about him. Minor disagreements don't bother me. I feel that. That's usually how it be with people that use rational and logical reasoning. The ones that, you know, call others fascist while trying to dictate what you do and make it their way or the highway are really the ones who usually, you know, yeah, who don't end up, you know, knowing the difference between the... Hold up, yeah, who don't know or won't stand for a disagreement, you know, then it's, oh my gosh, no, you're such a fascist, I hate you, I can't do this with you, I'm just going to unfriend you and not never talk to you again because it's my way or the highway, you fascist. It's like, that's the definition of a fascist, but okay, you know, I don't know, that's just the way I see it, they project like crazy, bro.
In spite of all this, I never demanded the food allotted to the governor, because the demands were heavy on these people. Remember me with favor, my God, for all I have done for these people. Nehemiah chapter 6. When the word came to Sanballat, Tobiah, Geshem the Arab, and the rest of our enemies, that I had rebuilt the wall and not a gap was left in it.
Yeah, I don't know how they live without humor, but okay, right. Yes, sir.
Come, let us meet together in one of the villages on the plain of Ono. But they were scheming to harm me. So I sent messengers to them with this reply. I am carrying on a great...
It's only humorous if they say something. You know, everything else is hatred or hateful, homophobic bigotry.
4 times they sent me the same message, and each time I gave them the same answer.
That's how it works, at least from what I've been told.
Sanballat sent his assistant to me with the same message, and in his hand was an unsealed letter in which was written, "It is reported among the nations, and Geshem says it is true, that you and the Jews are plotting to revolt.
The Jews?
Moreover, according to these reports, you are about to become their king, and have even appointed prophets to make this proclamation about you in Jerusalem. There is a king in Judah. Now this report will get back to the king. So come, let us meet together." I sent him this reply. "Nothing like what you are saying is happening. You're just making it up out of your head." They were all trying to frighten us, thinking their hands will get too weak for the work and it will not be completed. But I prayed, "Now strengthen my hands." One day I went to the house of Shemaiah, son of Deliah, the son of Mehetabel, who was shut in at his home. He said, "Let us meet in the house of God inside the temple, and let us close the temple doors, because men are coming to kill you. By night they're coming to kill you." But I said, "Should a man like me run away? Or should someone like me go into the temple to save his life? I will not go." I realized that
It's
God
humorous, only if the people they follow laugh at it and decide for them what's funny. Facts, though, homie, facts.
He had been hired to intimidate me, so that I would commit a sin by doing this, and then they would give me a bad name to discredit me. remember Tobiah and Sanballat, my God, because of what they have done.
The virtue signaling and projecting is unfathomable.
The rest of the prophets have been trying to intimidate me. So the wall was completed on the 25th of Elul in 52 days. When all our enemies heard about this, all the surrounding nations were afraid and lost their self-confidence, because they realized that this work had been done with the help of our God. Also, in those days, the nobles of Judah were sending many letters to Tobiah, and replies from Tobiah kept coming to them. For many in Judah were under oath to him, since he was son-in-law to Shechaniah son of Arah, and his son Jehohanan had married the daughter of Meshullam son of Berechiah. Moreover, they kept reporting to me his good deeds, and then telling him what I said, and Tobiah sent letters to intimidate me. Nehemiah chapter 7. After the wall had been rebuilt, and I had set the doors in place, the gatekeepers, the musicians, and the Levites were appointed. I put in charge of Jerusalem my brother Hanani, along with Hananiah, the commander of the citadel, because he was a man of integrity and feared God more than most people do. I said to them, "The gates of Jerusalem are not to be opened until the sun is hot. While the gatekeepers are still on duty, make them shut the doors and bar them. Also appoint residents of Jerusalem as guards, some at their posts and some near their own houses." Now the city was large and spacious, but there were few people in it, and the houses had not yet been rebuilt. So my God put it into my heart to assemble the nobles, the officials, and the common people for registration by families. I found the genealogical record of those who had been the first to return. This is what I found written there. These are the people of the province who came up from the captivity of the exiles, whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had taken captive. They returned to Jerusalem and Judah, each to his own town, in company with Zerubbabel, Joshua, Nehemiah, Azariah, Rehemiah, Nahamani, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mispereth, Bigvai, Nehum, and Baana. The list of the men of Israel. The descendants of Parosh, 2,172. Of Shephatiah, 372. Of Arah, 652. Of Pahath Moab, through the line of Joshua and Joab, 2,818. Of Elam, 1,254. Of Zatu, 845. Of Zakkai, 760. Of Binnui, 648. Of Bebai, 628. Of Azgad, 2,322. Of Adonikam, 667. Of Bigvai, 2,067. Of Adin, 655. Of Eta, through Hezekiah, 98. Of Hashum, 328. Of Bezai, 324. Of Harif, 112. Of Gibeon, 95. The men of Bethlehem and Netophah, 188. Of Anathoth, 128. Of Beth Azmaveth, 42. Of Kiriath Jearim, Kephirah, and Beeroth, 743. Of Ramah and Jeba, 621. Of Michmash, 122. Of Bethel and Ai, 123. Of the other Nebo, 52. Of the other Elam, 1,254. Of Harim, 320. Of Jericho, 345. Of Lod, Hadid, and Ono, 721. Of Seneah, 3,930. The priests. The descendants of Jediah, through the family of Jeshua, 973. Of Immer, 1,052. Of Pashur, 1,247. Of Harim, 1,017. The Levites.
Micmash. Right, I heard oh no as well, or something like that.
74. The musicians.
They have some silly names, at least in my opinion, but maybe my name sounds silly to them.
The descendants of Shalom, Eta, Talmon, Akub, Hatita, and Shobai.
Sounds like a burger. Yes, sir.
The temple servants. The descendants of Zihah, Asupha, Tabaoth, Keros, Saya, Padan, Labana, Hagaba, Shalmai, Hanan, Gidel, Geha, Reaiah, Rezin, Nekoda,
Gay
Gaza,
what?
Uzzah, Paseah, Bisai,
I could have swore he said gay hard.
Yusim, Bagbuk,
I'm not gay, nor am I hard for the gays, I promise.
Basla,
Is that too dark?
Barkos, Sisera, Tima, Neziah, and Hatipha. The descendants of the servants of Solomon. The descendants of Sotai, Sophereth, Perida, Jaala, Darkon, Gidel, Shephatiah, Hatil, Pokereth, Hazabaim, and Ammon.
What I heard,
The
right?
descendants of the servants of Solomon, 392.
Alright, so I'm not crazy.
The following came up from the towns of Tel Melah, Tel Hasha, Kirab, Adon, and Immer, but they could not show that their families were descended from Israel. The descendants of Deliah, Tobiah, and Nekoda, 642. And from among the priests, the descendants of Habiah, Hakoth, and Barzillai, a man who married a daughter of Barzillai the Gileadite, and was called by that name. These searched for their family records, but they could not find them, and so were excluded from the priesthood as unclean. The governor, therefore, ordered them not to eat any of the most sacred food until there should be a priest ministering with the Urim and Thummim. The whole company numbered 42,360, besides their 7,337 male and female slaves, and they also had 245 male and female singers. There were 736 horses, 245 mules, 435 camels, and 6,720 donkeys. Some of the heads of the families contributed to the work. The governor gave to the treasury 1,000 darics of gold, 50 bowls, and 530 garments for priests. Some of the heads of the families gave to the treasury for the work 20,000 darics of gold and 2,200 minas of silver. The total given by the rest of the people was 20,000 darics of gold, 2,000 minas of silver, and 67 garments for priests. The priests, the Levites, the gatekeepers, the musicians, and the temple servants, along with certain of the people and the rest of the Israelites, settled in their own towns. When the 7th month came, the Israelites had settled in their towns. Nehemiah chapter 8. And all the people came together as one in the square before the water gate. They told Ezra, the teacher of the law, to bring out the book of the law of Moses, which the Lord had commanded for Israel. So on the first day of the 7th month, Ezra the priest brought the law before the assembly, which was made up of men and women, and all who were able to understand. He read it aloud from daybreak till noon, as he faced the square before the water gate in the presence of the men, women, and others who could understand. And all the people listened attentively to the book of the law. Ezra, the teacher of the law, stood on a high wooden platform built for the occasion. Beside him on his right stood Mattithiah, Shema, Ananiah, Uriah, Hilkiah, and Maaseiah. And on his left were Pedaiah, Mishael, Malchijah, Hashum, Hashbaddanah, Zechariah, and Meshullam. Ezra opened the book.
No kids allowed.
Because he was standing above them.
It do be.
And as he opened it, the people...
They don't understand.
Ezra praised the Lord, the great God, and all the people lifted their hands and responded, Amen, Amen. Then they bowed down and worshipped the Lord with their faces to the ground. The Levites, Jeshua, Bani, Sherebiah, Jamin, Akub, Shabbatai, Hodiah, Maaseiah, Kelita, Azariah, Jozabad, Hanan, and Peliah, instructed the people in the law while the people were standing there. They read from the book of the law of God, making it clear and giving the meaning so that the people understood what was being read. Then Nehemiah the governor, Ezra the priest and teacher of the law, and the Levites who were instructing the people said to them all, This day is holy to the Lord your God. Do not mourn or weep. For all the people had been weeping as they listened to the words of the law. Nehemiah said, Go and enjoy choice food and sweet drinks, and send some to those who have nothing prepared. This day is holy to our Lord. Do not grieve, for the joy of the Lord is your strength. The Levites calmed all the people, saying, Be still, for this is a holy day. Do not grieve. Then all the people went away to eat and drink, to send portions of food and to celebrate with great joy, because they now understood the words that had been made known to them. On the second day of the month, the heads of all the families, along with the priests and Levites, gathered round Ezra, the teacher of the law, to give attention to the words of the law. They found written in the law, which the Lord had commanded through Moses, that the Israelites were to live in temporary shelters during the festival of the 7th month, and that they should proclaim this word and spread it throughout their towns and in Jerusalem. Go out into the hill country and bring back branches from olive and wild olive trees, and from myrtles, palms, and other leafy trees, to make temporary shelters, as it is written. So the people went out and brought back branches and built themselves temporary shelters on their own roofs, in their courtyards, in the courts of the house of God, and in the square by the water gate, and the one by the gate of Ephraim. The whole company that had returned from exile built temporary shelters and lived in them. From the days of Joshua son of Nun until that day, the Israelites had not celebrated it like this, and their joy was very great. Day after day, from the first day to the last, Ezra read from the book of the law of God. They celebrated the festival for 7 days, and on the 8th day, in accordance with the regulation, there was an assembly. Nehemiah chapter 9. On the 24th day of the same month, the Israelites gathered together, fasting and wearing sackcloth, and putting dust on their heads. Those of Israelite descent had separated themselves from all foreigners. They stood in their places and confessed their sins and the sins of their ancestors. They stood where they were and read from the book of the law of the Lord their God for a quarter of the day, and spent another quarter in confession and in worshipping the Lord their God. Standing on the stairs of the Levites were Jeshua, Bani, Kadmiel, Shebaniah, Bunai, Sherebiah, Bani, and Kenani. They cried out with loud voices to the Lord their God. And the Levites, Jeshua, Kadmiel, Bani, Hashabniah, Sherebiah, Hodiah, Shebaniah, and Pethahiah, said, Stand up and praise the Lord your God, who is from everlasting to everlasting. Blessed be your glorious name, and may it be exalted above all blessing and praise. You alone are the Lord. You made the heavens, even the highest heavens, and all their starry host, the earth and all that is on it, the seas and all that is in them. You give life to everything, and the multitudes of heaven worship you. You are the Lord God, who chose Abram, and brought him out of Ur of the Chaldeans, and named him Abraham. You found his heart faithful to you, and you made a covenant with him to give to his descendants the land of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Jebusites, and Girgashites. You have kept your promise, because you are righteous. You saw the suffering of our ancestors in Egypt. You heard their cry at the Red Sea. You sent signs and wonders against Pharaoh, against all his officials and all the people of his land, for you knew how arrogantly the Egyptians treated them. You made a name for yourself, which remains to this day. You divided the sea before them, so that they passed through it on dry ground, but you hurled their pursuers into the depths, like a stone into mighty waters. By day you led them with a pillar of cloud, and by night with a pillar of fire, to give them light on the way they were to take. You came down on Mount Sinai. You spoke to them from heaven. You gave them regulations and laws that are just and right, and decrees and commands that are good. You made known to them your holy Sabbath and gave them commands, decrees, and laws through your servant Moses. In their hunger you gave them bread from heaven, and in their thirst you brought them water from the rock. You told them to go in and take possession of the land you had sworn with uplifted hand to give them. But they, our ancestors, became arrogant and stiff-necked, and they did not obey your commands. They refused to listen and failed to remember the miracles you performed among them. They became stiff-necked, and in their rebellion appointed a leader in order to return to their slavery. But you are a forgiving God, gracious and compassionate, slow to anger and abounding in love. Therefore you did not desert them, even when they cast for themselves an image of a calf and said, This is your God, who brought you up out of Egypt, or when they committed awful blasphemies. Because of your great compassion, you did not abandon them in the wilderness. By day, the pillar of cloud did not fail to guide them on their path, nor the pillar of fire by night to shine on the way they were to take. You gave your good spirit to instruct them. You did not withhold your manna from their mouths, but you gave them water for their thirst. For 40 years you sustained them in the wilderness. They lacked nothing. Their clothes did not wear out, nor did their feet become swollen. You gave them kingdoms and nations, allotting to them even the remotest frontiers. They took over the country of Sihon, king of Heshbon, and the country of Og, king of Bashan. You made their children as numerous as the stars in the sky, and you brought them into the land that you told their parents to enter and possess. Their children went in and took possession of the land. You subdued before them the Canaanites who lived in the land. You gave the Canaanites into their hands along with their kings and the peoples of the land to deal with them as they pleased. They captured fortified cities and fertile land. They took possession of houses filled with all kinds of good things, wells already dug, vineyards, olive groves, and fruit trees in abundance. They ate to the full and were well nourished. They reveled in your great goodness. But they were disobedient and rebelled against you. They turned their backs on your law. They killed your prophets, who had warned them in order to turn them back to you. They committed awful blasphemies. So you delivered them into the hands of their enemies who oppressed them. But when they were oppressed, they cried out to you. From heaven you heard them, and in your great compassion you gave them deliverers, who rescued them from the hand of their enemies. But as soon as they were at rest, they again did what was evil in your sight. Then you abandoned them to the hand of their enemies, so that they ruled over them. And when they cried out to you again, you heard from heaven, and in your compassion you delivered them time after time. You warned them in order to turn them back to your law, but they became arrogant and disobeyed your commands. They sinned against your ordinances, of which you said, "The person who obeys them will live by them." Stubbornly, they turned their backs on you, became stiff-necked, and refused to listen. For many years you were patient with them. By your spirit you warned them through your prophets, yet they paid no attention. So you gave them into the hands of the neighboring peoples. But in your great mercy, you did not put an end to them or abandon them, for you are a gracious and merciful God. Now, therefore, our God, the great God, mighty and awesome, who keeps his covenant of love, do not let all this hardship seem trifling in your eyes. The hardship that has come on us, on our kings and leaders, on our priests and prophets, on our ancestors and all your people, from the days of the kings of Assyria until today. In all that has happened to us, you have remained righteous. You have acted faithfully, while we acted wickedly. Our kings, our leaders, our priests, our ancestors did not follow your law. They did not pay attention to your commands or the statutes you warned them to keep. Even while they were in their kingdom, enjoying your great goodness to them in the spacious and fertile land you gave them, they did not serve you or turn from their evil ways. But see, we are slaves today, slaves in the land you gave our ancestors, so that they could eat its fruit and the other good things it produces. Because of our sins, its abundant harvest goes to the kings you have placed over us. They rule over our bodies and our cattle as they please. We are in great distress. In view of all this, we are making a binding agreement, putting it in writing, and our leaders, our Levites, and our priests are affixing their seals to it. Nehemiah chapter 10. Those who sealed it were Nehemiah the governor, the son of Hakaliah, Zedekiah, Sariah, Azariah, Jeremiah, Pashur, Amariah, Melchijah, Hattush, Shebaniah, Maluk, Harim, Miramoth, Obadiah, Daniel, Ginnathon, Barak, Meshullam, Abijah, Mijamin, Maaziah, Bilgai, and Shemaiah. These were the priests. The Levites, Jeshua, son of Azaniah, Binnui, of the sons of Henadad, Kadmiel, and their associates, Shebaniah, Hodiah, Kalita, Peliah, Hanan, Micah, Rehob, Hashabiah, Zakur, Sherebiah, Shebaniah, Hodiah, Bani, and Beninu. The leaders of the people, Parosh, Pahat Moab, Elam, Zatu, Bani, Bunai, Asgad, Bibai, Adonijah, Bigvai, Adin, Eta, Hezekiah, Azur, Hodiah, Hashem, Bezai, Harith, Anathoth, Nebai, Magpiash, Meshullam, Heza, Meshizabael,
And let me guess.
Jadua,
Obama or Obama? I don't know. Obama?
Hananiah, Hashub,
Basically.
Pilah, Shobek,
That's what it looks like. Close to anyway.
Maaseiah, Ahiah, Hanan, Anan, Malak, Harim, and Baana.
And Osama got a bomb.
Priests, Levites, gatekeepers, musicians, temple servants, and all who separated themselves from the neighboring peoples for the sake of the law of God, together with their wives and all their sons and daughters who were able to understand. All these now join their fellow Israelites, the nobles, and bind themselves with a curse and an oath to follow the Lord of God, given
Oh, I'm
to
an
Moses, the
idiot.
servant of God, and to obey carefully all the commands, regulations, and decrees of the Lord our Lord. We promise not to give our daughters in marriage to the peoples around us, or take their daughters for our sons. When the neighboring peoples bring merchandise or grain to sell on the Sabbath, we will not buy from them on the
Yes,
Sabbath.
Obama. Yes.
Every 7th year, we will forego working the land, and we will cancel all debts. We assume the responsibility for carrying out the commands to give 1/3 of a shekel each year for the service of the house of our God, for the bread set out on the table, for the regular grain offerings and burnt offerings, for the offerings on the Sabbaths, at the new moon feasts, and at the appointed festivals, for the holy offerings, for sin offerings to make atonement for Israel, and for all the duties of the house of our God. We, the priests, the Levites, and the
Obama,
people,
what's wrong?
have cast lots to determine when
I'm
each
just
of
a
our
little
is to bring to the house of
sad.
our God
Obama,
7
right?
times each year, a contribution of wood to burn on the altar of the Lord our God, as it is written in the law. We also assume responsibility for bringing to the house of the Lord each year the first fruits of our crops and of every fruit tree. As it is also written in the law, we will bring the firstborn of our sons and of our cattle, of our herds, and of our flocks to the house of our God, to the priests ministering there. Moreover, we will bring to the storerooms of the house of our
You
God
can't use moreover.
the first of our ground meal, of our grain offerings, of the fruit of...
I have to mention that. So my sister was doing an essay, and let's just say I might have a little tism because I write a lot of shit, like a lot of long messages and shit or whatever. But my sister does too on occasion. Well, she had an essay thing, and her teacher wanted her to write this whole long essay, whatever thing. So she was sat there and she wrote it and stuff. And apparently they just, from what she told me, they gave her a 0 because they used their AI detection thing or whatever, and their AI automated detection system flagged it as it was created by AI, so therefore she has a 0. And one of the reasons that they gave her a 0 was because she used the words like moreover, and they're like, I don't know if that's something that a normal kid like you would use, and I know you're writing, that's not something you'd say. And she's like, the heck you mean you know my writing? I've been coming here a fucking, well, I shouldn't say that, but you know, I've been coming here a month. Like, you don't know my writing. I've done this before. I was literally voted best, essay writer or whatever in my class. And they literally had me reading my essays out or whatever because they were some of the best ones there. And the school that she's going to now is like, nah, you're using AI, bro. AI is writing your essays for you. And yeah, I don't know. When you just said moreover, it just reminded me of that. It's like, you're using AI, bro. You didn't write that. God didn't say that. AI wrote that for God, clearly. According to the teachers at that school. But anyway, I just want to play it again. I was just saying that because I heard the moreover part.
Of all our trees and of our new wine, we will bring to the storerooms of the house.
Why is AI even in the schools?
The first of...
No, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Why is it even in the schools? I mean, if that's rhetorical. But, yeah, basically, it's not per se. I mean, kids can use it in school if they do or whatever, yeah, but I don't think it's really something that's, like, allowed in schools or whatever, but, like, there's some teachers, especially in Wisconsin, bro, they're trying to be fucking, I don't know, see, I'm swearing again, but they're literally control freaks, if you will. Like, they're literally telling the kids that they can't even have their phones on them anymore because, well, you could use them for, for AI assistance or whatever and shit like that. And it's like, yeah, okay, so you guys can't have your phones on you because you can use them for AI assistance, but like, if somebody comes and shoots up the school while you guys are here, yeah, it's okay. Sucks to suck, doesn't it? Shouldn't have been able to look up stuff on your phone. Dang AI causing children to die nowadays. No, I don't know, my personal opinion. Screw that shit. You should be able to take your phone with you and screw what the teachers say. At least that's, how I would do it or whatever. And, yeah, but when it comes to stuff like that, there was this one kid or whatever who, if I'm correct now, yeah, I'm pretty sure my sister's doing an essay in history or whatever, but this other kid or whatever back in December of 2023 used AI to help, like, write some of his stuff or help him find some stuff or whatever, and apparently his school, like, basically said he was dishonest or whatever, and I don't know if they expelled him or gave him a 0 or whatever it was, but apparently his family went and fought it in court or whatever, and they won because the school's policies didn't really talk about, what do you call it? Their policies didn't really mention what could and couldn't be used for AI or whatever. So by them just being like, no, you can't do that. You're using AI. It's plagiarism. You're being dishonest or whatever. Even though the guy did use it there, it was basically justified. And yeah, they took it to court or whatever and won. She, like my sister, she's being accused of that exact same thing basically. And it's in history as well. And the only difference is she literally did not use any AI. And they're doing that exact same thing. It's like, bro, you guys understand that a fucking school just went to court for this shit. And you're doing the exact same bullshit. Like, I mean, I guess it was December 2023, so it's like a year and a half ago. But still, a year and a half ago, their school just went to court for this stuff. And you're doing the exact same thing. Also, if I'm correct, they can't solely base or give you a 0 on anything based on the sole thing of putting it into a AI computer thing or an AI automatic thing to test it and be like, oh, yep, it's AI written because those are known to be faulty, and by them doing that, that literally shows that, one, they have no logical reasoning behind their stuff, but two, they have no actual responsibility being teachers, or no reason, in my opinion, being teachers, or having that responsibility upheld to them, because clearly, if you're going to be trying to grade kids 0 or whatever on their stuff, by putting it through an automated AI thing or whatever, when it's obviously faulty, and people have said it's faulty, and it can't be used because it's faulty, then I feel like you're probably the problem, at least, or at least you shouldn't have that responsibility. You know what I mean? Like, you need to take a step back and, like, reevaluate your life choices, at least in my personal opinion, but maybe I'm just ranting. Yeah, that's dumb, stupid. I would teach kids self-control if they had their phones, but they lose grades because they weren't paying attention. I feel that, like, honestly, I mean, to an extent, like, I don't know if this makes sense. Like, some people will use their phones to concentrate more and stuff like that. But the majority of people will not. Like, I remember back in the day, my teacher actually, we didn't have smartphones or whatever, but my teacher used to actually let us bring our MP3 players into school. And as long as it wasn't like a group thing, but when we were working by ourselves, she allowed us to turn on our MP3 players and, like, listen to music. I mean, granted, it had to be quote-unquote, school-appropriate music, if you will. But we were still allowed to listen to our own private music in our headphones or whatever, and literally just sit there and do our schoolwork. So I don't know, for me personally, I feel like that definitely helped me get my stuff done or whatever. I was able to, just zone out to my music and do schoolwork, so it definitely helped me. But for the majority of people, I feel like, yeah, if they're going to be sitting on their phones, they're going to be doom scrolling or just not paying attention or whatever it may be. And yeah, that's going to be a less learning, it's going to make them learn less, or be a less learning opportunity instead of a more learning opportunity, or something that they can use to enhance their learning, if you will. But yeah, there's other kids that are going to be using their phones to actually Google stuff or whatever and, like, research stuff and look into it and actually be learning more. Like, don't get me wrong, I kind of see what they're trying to do, but with that being said, I've learned way more from Google than I ever have from the school system. As much as everybody and anybody wants to say otherwise, it's a fact. You learn more from Google than you do from school, especially if you actually put yourself, to it or whatever. You're actually pushing yourself to actually learn more and stuff. You're not just like, oh, I'm out of school, I'm never going to learn again or whatever. If you're actually pushing yourself, you'll learn so much more on Google, honestly, in a few years, in my opinion, than you do from the entirety of being in school. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like them being like, oh, you can't use your phones for nothing, because what if you use AI? What if you cheat? It's like, yeah, at that point, you're basically, you're holding back your students, at least in my opinion. And even my sister recently, after this thing went down, she's like, well, after they did this to me, she's like, they literally called me a liar. They're like, I know your handwriting, basically, you didn't do this this isn't your writing, tell me the truth, or not your handwriting, but I know your writing, if you will, and tell me the truth, and shit like that. She's like, I'm literally going to write it again later on, or write stuff later on, and the next essay I do, I'm going to dumb down, or whatever. It's like, yeah, the school is literally teaching kids, or telling kids that they are liars, or whatever, and then teaching them to dumb down their work, so that way it doesn't look like it's written by AI. It's like, what the fuck? Talk about, doing the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing, or shooting yourself in the foot, you know? Like, what a fucking stupid way of doing it, at least in my opinion, but yeah. Well, they don't want them to learn from Google, dude. They want control. Yeah, they want to control what they learn. That's 100% facts, dude. I forget the exact quote, but yeah, the person who created the school system basically said something like he didn't come here to create a generation of thinkers, he came to create a generation of workers, or something like that. Again, don't quote me on exact words, but that's basically the memo, is not to make people think, but to make people work. All you're supposed to be is a mindless robot that just does what you're told. Become part of the herd mentality, and feel the humiliation and pity of others laughing at what they deem you should enjoy in life and find pleasurable. You stupid fuck. You're not doing what society likes? Well, ha ha, I feel humiliated. It's like, okay. Doesn't work on me, but yeah. For a lot of people, it does. Maybe that's the benefits of being an actual psychopath, though. I don't know. Well, it has downsides. It has some good sides to it. Pros and cons to everything, you know? You haven't heard of it? Yes, sir. Yeah, bro, you should look up the herd mentality. Like, that's something that I've looked into long ago, and the more time goes on, the more I feel like it is definitely something that has a deep impact on society. Like, I've noticed it here and there and stuff. Like, hell, I mean, obviously it's been society forever, basically. But I've noticed it here and there, and the more that you look for it or whatever, the more it's hard to not see it, if that makes sense. Like, it's everywhere. People are just, they don't want to think for themselves. Basically, it's virtue signaling, but like on a larger masses, on a larger masses? I don't know. Basically, it's, you agree with what's being said because it sounds good, or because like the herd is saying it. Like, basically how posses were created back in the day. That's basically the definition of a herd mentality. It's, oh yeah, this person is mean. Really, what they do? Well, they did this, so I heard they did this. Yeah, this person's bad. Yeah, we should go and, you know, kill them, hang them, whatever bullshit, you know? Like, that's literally the herd mentality, or echo chambers, I guess nowadays is what they call them, more or less. But same difference, if you will. I mean, yeah, herd mentality and echo chamber, slightly different, but, you know, same thing, different wording, basically. But yeah, I'm glad I didn't go to school and become a sheep, right? Oh, I feel that, bro. Like, yeah, I did go to school for a while and stuff, but yeah, thankfully I did not succumb to the ignorance. Honestly, if I'm being 100% honest with you, my teachers hated me for the most part, because I was not one that would conform to their bullshit. They're like, he never listens, he probably, you know, doesn't, or I forget exactly what it was, but yeah, he never listens, and basically, we think he has ADHD, honestly, I probably do, but, yeah, so he should probably get checked out. He's always causing problems, blah, 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 doesn't respect authority figures, yeah, clearly it's because, yeah, there's other things than just ADHD, but, well, yeah, we don't need them to know everything about that, or whatever. Yeah, I call it zero critical thinking skills. Facts, bro. Because yeah, like they literally don't want you to use critical thinking. They want you to use memorization of what they want you to memorize. It's like, say these lines and remember this stuff, so that way in the future, whenever you need to, you'll be able to think of what we want you to think of. That, and they also obviously censor what you do and don't say. Like, I don't know how to give you some actual 100% definitive data on this, other than there's actually been stuff or studies that have looked into like the word usage that people use and stuff, and basically using different words, or using the different words you use basically open your mind or give you a different perspective in different ways or whatever. So I feel like the school system, like, just a good example here, like at a very young age, instead of telling people to say, you know, I'm mad at that person, or I'm angry or whatever, you're supposed to say, I'm not happy with that person, or I'm not happy, I'm sad right now. It's like, no, I am not sad. I am pissed off. I am angry, you know? It's like, I'm not sad. I am not happy at that person. I am mad at that person, you know? I don't know. I just feel like even that's like stuff like that. Like, it doesn't seem like much, but even that there is like censorship on a finer scale. You know, at a younger age, you're already dumbing the mind down of how they should or shouldn't think. Don't get angry about that. Just, you know, or at the very least, if you are going to get angry, don't get that angry. You know, it's not that you're angry. It's that you're not happy about it. You know, it's like, no, I'm angry. That's what's fucking going on right now. But yeah, I don't know. That's at least in my mindset. Again, that's like I don't know, something that is very small scale there, and something that I can't definitively, you know, use it as like, oh yes, this right here, this example here is 100%, you know, proof that they're doing this in school or whatever. But I don't know. I don't know, but I know, you know, that's what they're doing in school. They're like censoring people and using it as a way of basically changing or hardwiring the perspective of people in the long run, at least in my personal opinion. But maybe I'm schizophrenic. Oh yeah, but I won't pause this again. My bad. I've been ranting for a little bit.
Of our ground meal, of our grain offerings, of the fruit of all our trees.
I'll pause it so I can read this, but yeah, I noticed a pattern here. Mill. I don't know Mill, if I'm being honest. All y'all went to school and sucked at it, except for Mill. He actually really smart, but for some reason, be the best at thinking for yourselves. Yeah, that's what's up. Thanks, homie. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was gonna say like. I was awful at school, or at least hated in school, I should say, for the most part, or at least I assume I was by my teachers. I mean, maybe that's just a me perspective, but it definitely seemed like that. But when it comes to, or at least, wasn't liked for my shenanigans, if you will. But with that being said, I don't want to say like I was 100% awful at school, because like there was some stuff that I was good at, if you will, like math or whatever, and numbers and patterns I was really good at, but yeah, I don't know. It's not something that I don't know how to describe it. Like, I love numbers and shit when I'm doing it as more of a hobby. I don't like numbers in school, if that makes sense. So, like, after a while, it's like, well, this is kind of dumb. Like, I don't like to actually be forced to do this. I want to do it because I want to do it, Like, I don't know if it's honestly findable, but if you go to my post and scroll back, like, 6 months or something like that, you might even actually find somewhere in there where I basically took Steve's pixel weight or whatever and basically... fuck, how did I do that now? I took his overall cubic size or whatever, and basically took the overall weight of a human or whatever per cubic centimeter or cubic inch or whatever, and then weighed him out or whatever based on how far or how tall 1.18 blocks are, because I think that's how tall Steve is. I'll have to double check. But yeah, basically I did all the math on that or whatever and broke it down to Steve weighing 747 pounds or whatever. And that was, like, back in the day, so, I don't know, like that, I mean, I say, like, back in the day, it was, like, 6 months ago, but, like, that was some math I wanted to do just for fun, like, I don't know, I went down a rabbit hole, and I'm like, I wonder how much I wonder how much Steve actually would weigh, you know what I mean, according to a normal human. So I kind of did some math on that, crunched some numbers, and I found out he weighed 747 pounds, at least to my math. So something like that, it's, very fun to do, at least in my opinion. I think I even left some of my work in there, if you know what I mean. But with that being said, like when it comes to actually doing schoolwork and sitting there for hours on end, just doing numbers that mean absolutely nothing, where there's no actual end product or whatever, I just hate it. There's some people who enjoy school, but there's other people who are like, bro, if I'm going to be doing this, I want to actually be getting somewhere with it. You know what I mean? Like I want to be actually helping somebody or something. Like if I'm working a job and I'm crunching numbers, that's one thing, because I'm actually going to be getting money. I'm going to be helping somebody in real life. This is just me hypothetically helping out this hypothetical person in a hypothetical situation that doesn't really fucking matter, if that makes sense. I'm sorry for all the cussing again, though. I'm trying. I suck at it. Bro, honestly, that's been one of the hardest things for me to do or to quit since, I mean, obviously everything has been hard for me to quit. But, that's been one of the hardest things for me to stop doing, if you will, after becoming a Christian, is swearing. I'm pretty sure I've been a Christian now for over 2 years, July 7th, 2023. So yeah, over 2 years, and I still curse like a sailor, but it's, no good. To be honest, Cook, if you if you can get rid of my autism, I'm going to pick up my textbooks and relearn math, because I really suck at it. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to say it always does, but sometimes autism does help with that. Not always, of course, but sometimes. But with that being said, do not do drugs, okay? Never do them, especially if you're never, if you're not addicted or if you don't have the urge to or whatever. But just to give you my 2 cents on the matter, and I've only told this to like a few people or whatever, but I feel like, and maybe this is just me because I might be actually autistic, I don't know, but I feel like back in the day, I had more of the tism, if you will, or at least, I don't know, like, the world definitely felt more, I don't even know how to describe it, almost like doomy, if you will, like, even though I couldn't put my finger on it, it's like almost like despair in the back of my mind. I don't know how to describe it. But that was before smoking the green or whatever. After that, I don't know. I like. It sounds kind of corny, but I feel like smoking marijuana. If I did, I'm not saying I was autistic because not confirmed, if you will. But if I am autistic or was, I feel like the weed definitely mild out the case of the stuff, or at least helped cure it or something. Because while I smoke, I feel like I'm a completely different person where I can actually think normally. Whereas when I'm not smoking, I feel like my brain's just clouded and I'm like, duh. I don't know how to describe it other than that. That's honestly one of the reasons why I smoke so much. But I want to be normal. I want to feel normal. But yeah. I think it depends on the autism. Yeah, true though. I think Asperger's or something like that is one that's more or less. I mean, you definitely can be smart with it. I'm pretty sure Elon Musk has Asperger's, but don't quote me on that. But I'm pretty sure that's one of them where you're not technically always going to be smart with numbers. You're more or less can be smart with numbers, but you also could just be somebody who just, has the quote-unquote othertism side effects, if you know what I mean. My mom took too much Tylenol with me when she was pregnant. That's interesting. Yeah, thanks, homie. Yeah. Yeah, you can double check though to guarantee, but I'm pretty sure that's what Elon Musk has is Asperger's. But yeah, again, I don't quote me on that, Shoot, I fell. Alright, that's full. That's full. That's basically full. Well, I'm very visual, so guess that explains the animation stuff, Oh, yeah. I feel that. I've always said that I'm more of a visual slash I don't know, audio learner. I mean, obviously, I can learn by just video, but video and audio usually helps me learn the best. If I'm being honest, like you show me even numbers, like I said, like I love numbers. If you show me numbers I'm not interested in, if you will, it's just gonna go in one ear and out the other. Whereas if you show me more of a pie chart, even if I'm not interested in it, I feel like it's gonna be more. I don't know. I'm gonna understand it a little better usually. I don't know if that makes sense, but. I don't know what he has, but yeah, definitely has autism. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll have to double check it later, but I'm pretty sure. I don't want to be saying he does if he doesn't, but I'm pretty sure that's what he has. Let's see if I can't make this a little cool cave down here. Trying to give me a heart attack, chicken? Alright, I feel like that's good. Got a little cave down here. If we want, I can get more sponges and finish clearing out this water. But if we want, we can also just leave it because it all goes right to right here. And it leads to a little underwater ocean thing? I thought the ocean was nearby. Oh shoot, I'm getting a call. Let me not drown real quick and then try to answer that call. Yeah, hold on, phone. Alright, be right back, homie. Gotta answer this phone call. Facts, homie. No, I have that tism. You know, too much Tylenol when I was in the womb. All right, guys, I am off the phone. I used to be able to scroll up in chats. I don't know why I can't scroll up anymore. So, to fix that problem real quick, let me go and see what was all said so far. Wait, no, I feel like some of this stuff is either being censored or I'm blind and I didn't see it. One of the two. But, I understand. Glad you're trying. Yeah, thanks, homie. See, I did not see that one, but, yeah, I understand. Glad you're trying. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I've been trying for the longest time. If I'm being honest, I kind of quit trying for a while, and then I'm like, well, why should I quit? I shouldn't quit trying. I should keep trying. Just because I haven't been able to stop doesn't mean I shouldn't try to not stop. You know what I mean? But I think it depends on the autism. That's interesting. All right, yeah, that part. I don't know what he has. I like Nuck's chart. Both sides. Literally not both sides. Oh, wait, I like Nuck's chart. Yeah, Nuck's chart, right? Of the both sides causing stuff. That is facts, though, homie. Cat is asleep, I think. Bro, you 100% have autism? Yes. I do think so, though. But, and she's, yeah, probably. Sir, you shouldn't say that. He's asleep. You, what I say, you shouldn't tell people they have autism. We're joking. Yeah, Tylenol bros, as we call it. Yes, sir. Yeah, my bro and I always joke. We're like, yeah, mom must have did too much Tylenol when we were in the womb. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say always joke. We always joke about having autism, but with the Tylenol thing coming out recently, and we've always, I don't know, assumed, again, like I said, we didn't know, but we've known, So, like, with that being said, the Tylenol stuff or whatever, it's like, we've always assumed that was something or whatever, and, we've joked about having autism, but then when that was kind of confirmed, it's like, oh, yeah, well, clearly that has to be the case, and our moms did too much Tylenol when we were in the womb, but... alright, I work very closely with students who are neurodivergent, yeah. So, just because I don't want to make eye contact don't mean nothing. Leave my grilled cheese out of this. Yeah, I remember you telling me that, I guess you kind of know what I deal then? I guess you kind of know what I deal with then, maybe? I don't know, I think that's right, but I guess you kind of know what I deal then, okay, I already read that one. Yep, for real, that's kind of funny when you think about it, yes, sir. I've always been around it my entire life, and was taught how to talk about it. Yeah, I mean... I can't say I've been around autism my entire life. I had some friends back in the day. I'm not gonna give out any names or anything, but they were, I don't know, quote unquote, people didn't like them that much or whatever back in the day. Hey, I'm talking. Yeah, people didn't like them that much or whatever, but I don't know. There are kids that we didn't really mind hanging out with or whatever, and I gamed a lot, and they gamed too. I mean, they were kind of the ones. I don't know, back in the day, I used to quote-unquote game a lot, but it was like I came home, had to do my shit or whatever, get stuff done, and then after that, I was able to go on my game. These guys were like, basically, get home, they can sit on their games till they go to bed, and I'm like, what? You guys get to do that all day? So, yeah, I don't know. So, like, I kind of, I was hanging out with them and friends with them and stuff like that, but, long story short, I was told later that, yeah, they were, or most of them, maybe not all of them, but most of the kids there had autism or whatever. I think there was like 8 of them, and like 6 of them had autism or something like that, and their dad had autism. But I don't know, I didn't really notice back in the day when I was a kid, and yeah, so like it wasn't something that ever affected me, if you know what I mean, and it wasn't something I'd be like, oh my gosh, they're so weird, they have, you know what I mean? It's like, nah, fucking, they were chill as hell, so fuck that shit. Somebody's chill, I'm gonna be chill. But yeah, then later on, when I was out in Maine, the person I was staying with, his girlfriend had a brother, and her brother was basically staying with her parents because he was autistic as well. I think he was like 35 or something like that. But yeah, so like and then I also him, I mean, I guess I was like 20 at the time or 21, so definitely was not a kid anymore. So like him, I kind of whatever knew or whatever, I guess, or knew about the autism stuff. But even he was kind of chill or whatever. I don't know, I don't want to say he was 100% chill, but we didn't really hang out that much. He was more like, he was always in his house with his parents or whatever, and when we came around, it was more like just a, hey, hi, what's up? So, I mean, yeah, he was always chill. So, like, I haven't been around it my whole life, but I know of it, if you know what I mean, or I know people that had it, and yeah, they honestly seem to be the chiller people, usually, even though we always say the people that are whatever are stupid or have autism, but it seems like the ones that have autism are usually the more actual legit ones or logical ones, at least, from what I've noticed. I'm not saying all of them, obviously, but from what I have personally noticed from my small pool scale. That's good. Yeah, we don't use normal or different. We don't use normal or different. Yes. Oh, so I forget exactly what verse it is, but there's a verse in the Bible in the Old Testament that says something like, okay, again, I'm gonna mess up the exact words, but something like basically don't point a blind man off and tell him that there's a way to a city and just lead him off or some shit like that. And like, obviously I wouldn't do that, but that is some shit that I would think of doing just as a funny, you know? It's like, hey guy, go this way. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't do that to a blind person because that'd be mean, but it would be funny, you know? Even though it would be funny, it would still be mean. So I can admit something would be funny and mean at the same time. What's wrong with using those words? Dang it. I do gotta grab a drink real quick though, guys. I'm sorry, I've been talking so much, my mouth is now dry again. What's wrong with using those words? Yeah, a lot. I am different, it's okay. Yeah, who wants to be normal? Being normal is overrated. And yeah, I'm different. Who wants to be, like I just said, who wants to be normal? Everyone wants to be different, at least in my opinion. If you want to be normal, then you want to be part of the herd mentality, the part that does the virtue signaling and agrees with whatever they're told from their TV/phone. Nope. Nobody's normal, Lucia. Not even Jesus was. Yes. I know. The people who are in the middle range are called neurotypical. Yep. Yep. That's why I hate the whole autism awareness thing, because it just kind of makes us sound extra special, if you know what I mean. Yes, sir. Sometimes, to be honest, oh yeah, I get it. It's oddly funny. Yes. You shouldn't say it's fixable. I mean, hey, I don't know. I don't want to say it's 100% whatever, but I have also heard stories. Now, again, this is just stories, not ever, no doctor professional has said this, so, and I'm also not a doctor. I cannot diagnose, treat, or cure. I can only recommend on your behalf. But I have heard some people recommend that they have recreationally done stuff like acid or shrooms or weed or something like that, and that it has either A, temporarily taken away the effects of the autism, or B, completely cured them of that said autism. Now, I don't know how true that is, and again, I can't verify anything because it's just stories I've heard from people, but if they actually had the tism and that actually worked, then I would have to personally deem that as a quote-unquote fixed thing or a fixable thing, if you know what I mean, at least at that point. Even if it's not medically deemed as fixable yet, just like cancer. Like, I think if you say, at least in America, that you can cure cancer, then you can be imprisoned for 5 years and face, like, what, I think it's like a $250,000 fine or something like that. Don't quote me on the exact amount or whatever, but, yeah, so, like, basically you can't say that you have the cure for cancer, that you can cure cancer, but if you find something that can give your body the ability to cure cancer on itself, then you're basically not saying that you have a cure for cancer, but you found something that can give your body the ability to cure the cancer on its own, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know why I went on that tantrum there. I was mentioning it for something or for some reason, but my train of thought went out the window, and I totally forgot why I was mentioning it, but yeah. Oh, the autism, fixing it. Yeah, yeah, so when it comes to autism, I'm not sure how it works or whatever, or like with that, but it may be a something that you can give the body the ability to cure itself on, if that makes sense, even if it's a quote-unquote uncurable thing. I don't know if that's 100% whatever, but, if that makes sense. It's the way your brain works. Yes, sir, yeah. Which, from smoking marijuana, releases dopamine into your brain, and acid and shrooms, it's more like serotonin and stuff like that, but, yeah, I'm not 100% sure how it would rewire your brain to help with autism, if I'm being honest. Like, it's just stuff I've heard before. So again, don't take it as actual medical advice that you should go and follow or whatever. But it's just stuff that I've heard from random people on like Reddit and stuff. I get it. Yeah, oddly funny. Okay, I've already read that part. Autism is not something to fix. Oh, okay, yeah, that too. Autism is not something to fix. I agree with that. I mean, while I do think that some people might be like, oh, I want to, get rid of it, or I don't want to have autism or something, yeah, I do believe it's also like a quote-unquote special superpower, if you will. Like, that most people don't have, or like that, the people that do have it, they don't want to use it because they've been told that it's not good to have, you know what I mean? It's like, well, if you use it right, then you can use that to your advantage. I didn't know that. A lot is coming out right now. And it's the way our brains work. My problems are separate from my brain. You should look. Well, I mean, I guess not at the moment, but ADHD does the same thing to our brains. Not same thing, but ADHD is the same thing when it comes to like a brain problem, if I'm correct, and other things like that, schizophrenia, ASPD, different things like that. But even though they can't be fixed, a lot of people want to fix them still, right? I'm sorry, I'm playing devil's advocate here right now, even though Okay, my problems are separate from my brain. The chemicals can help people focus. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You talk about like chemicals from like the acid or shrooms or something like that, or marijuana, or you talk about something else in general. My brain will work the same, but I'm sure I can reduce some of my issues. Wait, my brain will work the same, but I'm sure I can reduce some of my issues. Dude, I give my talents away in exchange to get rid of this. I feel that. Shoot, alright, I'm gonna drill into the wall. I'm sorry, I've been sitting here and just chill. Actually, I'm not gonna drill in the wall. I'm in peaceful mode. I forgot about that. I don't need to do nothing. I'll just sit here. The way neurodivergent people think can help many students struggling to learn a certain topic. The way they think, yeah. Because they can think of it like differently, or think of it in a different way that most people usually wouldn't be thinking of it in, and not always, but usually that can show you some new ways that you never would have thought of it, and could actually help you think of something in a faster way, if that makes sense. Like, for instance, 9 times whatever. A lot of people hate the 9 multiplication tables. I love the 9s, because 9s are simple. Like, 9 times 6 is 54. 9 times 7, 63. 9 times 2, 18. 9 times 9, 81. Like, all you gotta do is take, basically, like, or 9 times whatever. 9 times 6, right? So what's 1 minus 6? 5. Okay, how many more equals 9? 4. So it's 54, 9 times 7. Okay, what's 1 less than 7? 6. How many more equals 9? 3. So 63. I don't know if that makes sense, but like I love multiplications like that. Again, I forget why I'm even mentioning this. I need to get a drink, and my brain's just shutting off, so I'm just like ranting on every random thing that I see pop up. So I'm sorry, guys, if I'm not going anywhere with this conversation or just saying a whole bunch of nothing, but yeah, that's how I do it sometimes here. Cock till you drop forever, 100 years. Oh yeah, basically the way us TISM people think. Wait, okay, I'm not gonna say that either. The way us extra chromosome 22 people think. Yeah, that's a better way of saying it. No, I'm throwing a bottle. You guys didn't hear that, it was a bottle being thrown. I love the multiplication tables. It just gave me the answer, right? It do be though. Yeah, it can make it easier to learn. Yeah, right? Heck yeah. Alright, I'm gonna be right back again, guys. Give me like I said, a few seconds. I'm gonna go refill this water real quick. Maybe take a dab. But I promise, instead of saying I'll be back in a few minutes and being gone for like 10-15 minutes, I will only be gone a few minutes. All I gotta do is fill up this water, take a little rip, and I'll be right back. So hopefully before 4:40, but definitely before 4:45 on the stream. We're at 4:36, so should be back in before 8.5 minutes. Yeah. So be right back, guys. That's Tylenol mutants, right? Facts, though. I'm kidding, okay? Right. Bro, I feel like you have to say that on YouTube these days, because, like, so much shit just gets taken serious. Like, I'm not going to whatever, but yesterday I was really not happy. I do not recommend watching my stream I made yesterday, but if you do, I was saying a lot of stuff in there that people might have deemed bad. So at the very end, obviously, it's always jokes and hyperbole on my gaming channel, but just to make sure people aren't taking it the wrong way, I had to clarify it again, and it's kind of stupid, because it's like, bro, I think by now people should know that everything I say on here is literally hyperbole or whatever, but just in case people still don't know after a decade of me doing this or whatever, and they want to try to take something I say and be like, oh my gosh, look at this evil fucking person, look at what, you know what I mean? It's like, it's like, no, I don't know, that's just why, even if I'm ranting or whatever on occasions, I'll still be like, just so everybody knows, it's a fucking joke, not a dick, don't take it so hard, but yeah, just because, Cat needs to wake up for real, right? Like, Cat's making me hold the people in the stream right now, and I don't know what to do. I usually just mute my mic and just go and mind stuff. Right now, I'm actually having to communicate and socialize, and this is so weird. My hands are sweaty. Not kidding. Oh no, but for real, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go refill this water, and yeah, I'll be right back. It's all right, right? I don't care honestly. Wait, you don't care honestly. You don't care about what honestly? Whatever I was saying last that I'm already forgetting because my train of thought is out the window. Bro, I shouldn't have like woken up so soon. I slept like 3-4 hours last night, and I didn't think it was gonna be that bad. But today, I cannot remember what I was just talking about. It's honestly kind of sad. Socializing is good for people. I care. Oh, yes and no. I mean, while I cannot deny that it is good for people, according to studies that have been done, I am going to also personally say that I don't really like socializing much. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that like, oh, ew, the people, oh, right now or anything. But in general, like, I don't know, I socialize with people, but I don't know how to describe it. I'm one of those people who like can basically I could isolate myself for the rest of my life, and I could most likely not have any mental problems from it, if that makes sense. Whereas most people, are going to want other people to talk to or communicate with. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would still like to be able to communicate with people and stuff or whatever. But if there ever became a point in my life where like I couldn't or whatever, or I was in some sort of isolation thing in prison or some shit like that, I don't feel like it would affect me as much as the normal person. But then again, maybe I'm wrong. But 'cause, I don't know. Maybe that's just that, or maybe that's just oh yeah, your brain thinks you can handle it till it happens or whatever. But I have been isolated before on my own, not talking to anybody for days and weeks at a time. So I'm pretty sure a few months is nothing. I'm pretty sure there has been an occasional time where I haven't talked to anybody for like a month other than my own phone. So yeah, so I'm pretty sure I could handle it. But then again, I guess there's no 100% definitive answer or guarantee unless it actually happens. But yeah. As for the socializing is good for people thing, or the study that I was talking about, I've been told that apparently just saying hi or having a random conversation with a random person that you don't know off the street is apparently even healthier for you than mingling or communicating with your own family members, from what I have been told. I don't know how true that is 100%, but there has been some sort of study done, and they have apparently claimed that that's true. But, yeah, I don't care about what you said. Oh, you don't care about what I said in my streams? Yeah. Just to clarify. Okay, that's good. Because, yeah, I mean, I was just saying, a lot of people might be like, oh my gosh, this person goes whatever, or this person's, yeah. But it's all jokes. But people, yeah, sometimes, I mean, okay, it's jokes, but it's angry jokes, Like, for instance, you're pissed off and it's like, I can kick a fucking fat kid down a flight of stairs at Kmart, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, that's not meaning you're going to go to a fucking Kmart and kick a fucking fat kid down it for real, but, but, just shit like that. It is okay to be introverted because I'm an extrovert. I'm an extroverted introvert. Sounds strange, but yes, I do believe it could probably kind of exist. Kaz, like my therapist for real. That do be. Can't communicate without sounding completely retarded. Hey, same though, bro. I mean, crap. How many times was I just having a conversation with you guys and like started going into something because my train of thought went down that rabbit hole, and then after I got there, I was like, wait, what was I going, or where was I going with this? Like, I know at least 2 or 3 times in the past 10 minutes, but we don't have Kmart. Yeah, I don't think we do either anymore. But that's besides the point. Honestly, yeah, where the heck did all the Kmarts go? It's been a while now. Did they all... I feel like they were closed before COVID, but I can't guarantee that. I'm going to need to look into that later and see if there's any Kmarts near me now. It could kind of exist. Wait, what about your water? Yeah, I still gotta do that. I'm sorry. I sit here and just distract myself and talk. But yeah, guys, I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Be right back. Thank you for reminding me. If you want, you guys can dip. If you want to stay, then thanks. I'll be right back, though. Give me like a few minutes. Oh, I'm back. What's up, everybody? I might mute it again while I'm dying here coughing, but what's up? Oh yeah, I'm amazing. I just partook in a little bit of the 420. It makes the coughing happen sometimes. I was reading them on my phone real quick, or yeah, reading them on my phone while my tablet was sitting there. Okay, damn. I have a lot. I guess. Oh, you guys are having a whole conversation. Australia has them. Okay, I think that's where I left off. But nice. Australia has Kmart's. They vanished. I don't know. For real. I'm staying. Shoot. Thanks, nostalgia. Why'd you ask Cat not to cuss yesterday? Just wanted to know if he wouldn't. He cusses when it's just me. Okay, on occasion, not every other word or anything. What about every single word? I can make a sentence out of swear words. I'm not going to right now because, nostalgia's here and stuff. I don't want to be that guy because I'm trying not to cuss all the time. But I could make a sentence out of swear words, I'm pretty sure. But, on occasion, not every other word or anything. What's that mean? What do you mean, nostalgia? Yeah, he's been doing it less now, which is nice. Heck yeah. I don't remember. Okay, awkward. Cat rarely cusses when he's talking to me privately, unless I make him mad, which I am very good at. Yeah, so I still do it in texting on occasion too, but if I'm texting somebody, I feel like I'm better at not swearing in the said text, if that makes sense, unless it's something like LMAO or something. But yeah, but when it comes to actually swearing, I don't know, unless I'm mad. But if I'm not mad, I feel like it's easier for me to not swear usually in the text compared to speech, if that makes sense. Mostly because you can kind of notice they're doing it, while you're typing. It's yeah, I probably shouldn't say that. Alright, so, alright, yeah, I make him mad without trying. Heck yeah, you gotta do that rage baiting, homie. And then, you okay, dude? Yeah, I'm okay, nostalgia. And then, yeah, mine's a lot different than you, sir. What do you mean? You mean your baiting of Cat is a lot different than nostalgia's? But, yeah, they said, cocktail drop, are you okay? Yes, sir, cheese, or I guess ma'am, right? Or, hold up, or is that, yeah, that is you, cheese. Okay, I'm pretty sure. If I got that wrong, then I don't know. I'm just gonna call you guys by your profile pictures because, or not by your profile pictures, by your profile names because, yeah, I get so many people mixed up, it's not even funny, but, He ain't gotten mad at me in a while now. In a while now that I think about it. That's good. I've never done any substances. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. It's good not to, but have you ever done caffeine? Because I think that's technically a substance. Now it is a legal one, so maybe you've only done legal substances. But if you've ever done caffeine, I'm pretty sure that's a substance right there. But yeah, you never done any substances. Oh wait, bro. Well, I know a lot about Cat. Yeah, I honestly don't want to know much about him. So, what do you mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm a little behind here or whatever. But I always thought that Nostalgia and Cat, like, I don't know, maybe not knew each other, like, you know, maybe not knew where each other lived or whatever. But I always felt like Nostalgia and Cat were like close. You know, like knew each other. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, sorry, I'm just sitting here dying. This is usually why I mute it when I'm doing this. Instead of, like, you know, leaving it unmuted to have you guys hear me actually just coughing and dying. That's y'all's business. I rage bait him on accident. That's fun though, right? It's fun to rage bait people. I'm emotional. Only legal ones? Wait, only legal... Oh, yeah. Only legal ones, yeah. Like caffeine and stuff. Just because it's legal don't mean it's okay. And, no, we're really not. Wait, oh, you and Kat aren't really that close? Or you're close but not, like, know each other, know your personal stuff close, I see what you're saying? I'm, like, very sick, so I get it. Wait, what? I'm sorry. My brain might be a little messed up right now. I'm, like, very sick, so I get it. I try not to be too much in his business, to be honest. That makes sense. Honestly... Dang it. We probably would never... Dang it. I'd be a cough again. We probably would never do it, or at least not soon. Like, unless we both got, like, big or whatever, or one of us got big. But, I don't know. If I got big, I would definitely try to hit up Kat and do something. But I was going to say, how funny would it be if, like, Kat and I just one day met up to do a IRL fucking, you know, Minecraft thing together. I mean, obviously, I'm not saying, again, that we would, but he's in... I only say Kat because I know he's in Wisconsin, I live in Wisconsin, so it's kind of like, you know, we're probably one of the closest people to each other. I mean, I'm sure there's some people who met on the game and they were, like, right next door that met on a, you know, on a YouTube video, and they like, literally were, like, right next door, but Kat's, like, one of the closest people I know. I haven't met anybody, or I haven't met anybody else that streams or does stuff in Wisconsin, to my knowledge. I mean, I got my friend in Iowa, but his name, you know, he's D. Iowa. I'm not close, I'm just in his chat a lot at B. Oh, wait, how can I be close if I ain't never seen his face, dude? Hey, well, yes and no. I understand that, like, you know, I understand not being close to somebody if you've never seen their face, but hear me out. I had a homie back in the day, I'm pretty sure, you know, like, I was 18, so I think he was, like, 16 at the time. So yeah, now he's like 23, almost 24, if not 24. Damn, I'm getting old. But he was a big fan of my my gaming back in the day, or my YouTube channel and stuff. And he wanted to join my you know, my kingdom, or, you know, play the game with me and stuff, and wanted me to give him a castle. But if I'm being honest, I didn't trust him at the beginning, because you know, he was just some guy wanting a castle, it seemed like. So I'm like, yeah, I don't know, homie, I can't really whatever, but he was very persistent, so I was hitting up some people in the, you know, in my alliance chat, not thinking anything would come of it. But somebody ended up, selling some of their castles or whatever. You know, selling some of their castles to me in Minecraft, of course. And, yeah, I ended up buying those said castles for like $75 or something like that. And then I just gave him to that said guy, and I'm like, well, if he screws me over now, I guess I lose $75, but if he doesn't, then, you know, then hopefully he'll help us fight these other guys or whatever. So, yeah, I basically gave him Okay, hold up. I just need to... There we go. I kept doing these half coughs and it was not helping. I just had to get one actual cough. But, yeah, so anyway, though, I ended up buying him, like, those castles or whatever. And figured, if he screws me over or whatever, if he helps us, he helps us. And, the said guy ended up, like, actually helping us a lot. And he spent... Dang it, why the heck... He spent a few $1,000s on the game and everything, and it's like, dang, bro, like, you don't need to go that crazy and stuff. But, like, to this day, even though nowadays I guess I don't talk with him that much anymore, but, like, back in the day, we used to talk all the time, and he would never show his face or whatever. I'm not going to give his name, but I finally got it after a long time. He'd always go by Anonymous or whatever, or Anon. And it was like, bro, why are you going by Anonymous, Like, it seems a little creepy, but, yeah. Basically, though, I've never seen his face or whatever, if that makes sense, but he's always been a chill homie, and, I'm quote-unquote close to him, if that makes sense, even though I don't know him IRL, or, like, haven't seen his face. Maybe that's the tism speaking, but, like, there's people like that I've been close to, if you know what I mean. That's like, yeah, if it ever came down to it, if I was ever in a situation with that person IRL, I'd take a bullet for them, because, I don't know, they're my homie. I've known them for forever. If I've known you for a decade and I've been chilling with you, like, I don't know, you're basically your family, if that makes sense. But again, maybe that's me just being too nice to people, I don't know. You kind of were at one point, though? Or wait, you kind of were at one point, though? I never was. Okay. How can I be close? Okay, oh, wow. Okay. See, I'm blind, guys. I'm sorry. I did not even see that message at first. I just saw... I thought Nostalgia was responding to me when he said, Dang it, where was it? How can I be close if I ain't seen his face or whatever? I thought Nostalgia was responding to me because I did not see the other message. That's my bad. I went on a whole rant there for no reason. I'm not close. I'm just his friend, or I'm just in his chat a lot. That makes sense. Oh wait, I don't think he actually lives in Wisconsin, dude. Really? That sucks then, cause like, dang. I actually live in Wisconsin, but I don't care. I'll dox myself. I know Cat's name too. What, Trevor? I don't know, random guess. Yeah, I don't believe in close online relationships. Kind of weird in my opinion. I feel ya. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I am a weirdo or whatever. Like, I'm not honestly the type of person who's gonna be like, yes, everybody I meet online, I have a close relationship with that said person. Like, honestly, I'm kind of like, I don't know. Usually, it can be like, yeah, I can kind of treat it like I do a normal relationship, as weird as that may sound. It's like, I can walk out of it at any moment, if that makes sense. I know a lot of people can't do that, but I don't know, I never really had a problem with that in my life. I'm kind of a weirdo, though. Like, I don't know, I've never even, to my knowledge, cried at the death of a family member or some shit like that. I mean, obviously been like, damn, that sucks or whatever, but yeah, I don't know. So, when it comes to, like, do you know what? I need to fuck off with this shit, because my brain, I shouldn't have even took that dab, because I'm already fried. My short-term memory's fried anyway. I'm not. My brain's fried, but, I don't believe it was in Wisconsin. There was some reason I was mentioning that the normal people, the online relationship stuff, that's why, yeah. So, like, when it comes to online relationships, usually I don't hold them close, if you will, but, like, if it's somebody that I've been talking to for, like, a decade almost or whatever, or, 8 years of my life or whatever, it's like, at that point, it's like, bro, I've known you for so long, and you've always, as long as that person's always been chill with me and stuff, and always been my friend, then it's like, well, I'm not gonna just abandon that said person, but maybe that's me learning how to, how most people act. Like, well, in the real world, you're not supposed to just abandon people or whatever, so, the ones that are close and your friends or whatever, you're supposed to keep by you, so then I correlate that over to video games as well. It's like, well, since I'm supposed to do that in real life, then maybe I should do that in video games. I don't know. My childhood crush was a guy named Trevor. I was 6, he was like 14 or 16. Dang, that's no good. Yeah, he says Wisconsin as a joke. Oh, what a... No! I thought he was actually from Wisconsin, though. RIP. He thinks my state is a joke. Oh, that cat. No, kidding. Yeah, I know his name. I just call him Cat, not used to Trevor. Wait. Alright, yeah, it is Trevor then. Alright, yeah, I was gonna say, I heard him say it one time in a stream before, and I was like, oh, if I recall correctly, he was jumping through a forest at the time he said it, but I could be wrong. It was either that or it was Rune Portal, one of the two. But, yeah, he was like, yeah, that's my real name. I'm like, huh. But, yeah, he said your childhood crush was a guy named Trevor. Honestly, wait. Okay, yeah, never mind. The honestly same man part, which it did not look good with the messages on top, but yeah, you're responding to me. But I've had a few people die around me, and I couldn't cry. Most start shaking, most start shaking, and that's it. But I care, even if nobody else notices. Yeah, it do be like, yeah, I think I remember when I was like 4 years old or whatever, my grandmother died or something, and my dad ended up, bringing me into her room and like having a talk with me about how she ended up passing away the night before. She'd take it to the ambulance or taken an ambulance or whatever, and yeah, didn't make it and stuff like that. And I just kind of nodded and understood or whatever, like yeah, okay, I get it, it's like dang. But I honestly I remember that because he was confused, if you will, of why I wasn't like, I don't know, I think he thought he was going to get a different reaction than that out of me, because I remember he was like, I don't think you understand what I mean. It's like, no, I understand what you mean. She died, But, yeah, I don't know, like, it just definitely wasn't something that, I don't know, that normal kid I would think would probably whatever. Like, I didn't even know that people would usually cry or whatever until I saw some people crying at a funeral before. And I was like, huh, that's, yeah, again, I think that was actually her funeral, but it was like, oh, people do that? Dang. I don't know, but maybe my mind's like, screw it. I mean, I know it's definitely a little more different than the average person's, but yeah. Cat is older, but not by much. Age, oh yeah, wait, geez, age gap. Wait, I like them older, age gap. Cat is older, but not by much. Okay, I see what you're saying. You like the Trevor older, and then Cat's older, but not by much. Yeah, you just understood. I don't know why that's such a big deal. Everyone grieves differently, right? Yeah. I don't know. My personal opinion, I feel like, maybe this is just a me thing, but I've always felt like, grieving isn't going to bring that said person back, if that makes sense, It's like, you can be sad about it, but what's it going to do? Like, I don't know, as soon as I hear that somebody dies, or like I know somebody dies or whatever, I feel like my brain instantly accepts it instead of going into denial, if that makes sense. I feel like I said that right the first 2 times anyway. I just repeated myself, but yeah, I don't know, where like most people, it's like they go through the 5 stages of grief or whatever, where they have their denial, their depression, their bargaining, stuff like that or whatever. For me, I feel like it's just instantly acceptance, if you know what I mean. But I could be wrong. Maybe that's just me trying to fucking, wow, look, I don't need to do the grief, but like, I don't know, it's just what I've noticed. Like, but then again, there has been like, there was this one cat, right? An animal, not a human, of course, but this one cat that we had or whatever, and this cat ended up just randomly dying. It was under, found it under my brother's bed, because it would usually sleep in there and stuff, but yeah, the cat was just randomly dead under their bed, but it was literally alive like 12 hours ago or whatever, and it looked like it was perfectly fine or whatever, and yeah, I don't know, there was just like no explanation in my mind for why this cat would have died, and the only difference from a normal death or whatever was usually, when a cat or a person or animal dies, they usually exert their bowels everywhere, but this cat didn't have any bowels on the floor, which, I mean, I guess that was kind of a good thing. We didn't need to clean up any crap or, piss, but it was also kind of strange, it's like, why didn't this cat, exert his bowels when it died, And, as weird as that is or whatever, I don't know why, but that one kind of fucked with me a little bit, just because like I couldn't make out why the cat died. Like in my mind, like, why did it die? Like there has to be a logical explanation for it, and I can't figure it out. And so like that, I don't know, it pissed me off for the longest time. But afterwards, like, yeah, fuck it, I don't know. maybe the cat had worms, maybe it had a heart problem, maybe something, I don't know, but it just really pissed me off because, like, I should know what's wrong with it, or I should have at least noticed something, but, yeah, it was just, like, they were perfectly fine one moment, 12 hours later, dead, and it was like, damn it, that was, like, the best fucking cat. But, yeah, I don't know, like, man. Yeah, but when it comes to people and stuff, I usually don't, I don't know, I usually don't feel emotional stuff for people for the most part, as weird as that is. Except for, like, I don't know, spiritually. Does that make sense? Like, when it comes to, like, thinking of somebody's actual spiritual, eternal life or whatever, it's like, bro, I don't want nobody to actually go to hell or something. Like, you know, that'd be fucking awful. Like, you know? If you're actually thinking about it or trying to think about it in the realm of eternity, you know what I mean? It's like, bro, I mean, you know, hell, you might want your worst enemy in hell for a fucking while or whatever. Or, you know, you might fucking... You know, don't get me wrong, you know, you might want somebody to pay and suffer or whatever, but, like, for eternity, it's like, I don't know, like, you know, Hitler was an evil man, and, you know, some people might take the bit, oh, see, he loves Hitler. No. Like, I definitely think Hitler should burn in hell, but, like, with that being said, for eternity, you know, like, I don't think anybody should for that long, you know what I mean? But maybe I'm just too whatever of a guy. It's like, I feel like, I don't know. It just feels like they should be burned, and then, you know, like, if God would just keep hell forever but evaporate their souls after a certain time, that would definitely be something that I would be more prone to personally, because at that point, you know, even though they're not with God, at least they're not suffering eternally. They suffered for their judgment or whatever, I don't know. But again, maybe I'm too whatever. But yeah, like, that's the only time I'm ever really, in my personal opinion, like, have quote-unquote empathy for the, like, death or whatever, because, like, if you're thinking an afterlife effect, it's like, damn, you know, like, I don't want somebody, you know, I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like, you know, oh, yeah, they died, damn, that's sad, but, like, you know, if the person, you know, but especially if it's like, you know, oh, the person's, you know, was a Christian person or whatever, it's like, well, you know, they're probably in a better place now, but it's like those people that are just doing whatever they want, or the ones that, you know, kill themselves or whatever, it's like, well, damn, bro, like, you know, 9 out of 10 or 99 out of 100 times, we probably know where you're at after doing that, and, yeah, it's not good, you know what I mean, like, yeah, my best friend died, so I couldn't accept it because he was the bigger brother I needed. Damn, that does actually suck. Sorry for your loss, homie. Exactly. Logically, when one of my friends died, I just knew they were in heaven because they were Christian. Same with what happened with Charlie Kirk. Yeah, like Charlie Kirk too. Like, a lot of people, I mean, don't get me wrong, it was definitely not a good thing or whatever. It was like, hey, motherfuckers, like, man, now you're going to get me, you know, even more talking. Like, I was telling myself 2025, I'm not going to hold back. I'm going to be more vocal like I used to be. But now it's like, oh, they've really got me going. But with that being said, like, yeah, for Charlie Kirk or something like that, it's like, yeah, you know they're in heaven, if you know what I mean. So it's like, even though it's obviously bad and shit, it's like, at least they're not, you know, whatever. At least they're there. Or I remember, like, back in the day and stuff, like, no one, I don't know, like, especially when I was, like, you know, like I said, like, 7, like, I think I was 4 years old when my grandma died, and I, you know, like I said, didn't cry for that, but, like, 7 years old, somebody else died, also didn't cry for that, but I was thinking for that person, it was different because they weren't really a Christian, and in my mind, while the death didn't really affect me, the afterlife thought process did, if you know what I mean, like, even at 7, 8 years old, I was philosophizing or whatever about, the afterlife, if you will, and it's like, yeah, that's probably not a good thing for fucking people to be in that situation, you know? And yeah, so I don't know, so while I don't think that I feel like the normal human does when it comes to empathy like I should, I do think that when I'm thinking spiritually, it's definitely there, if that makes sense. Sorry to hear that, right? Logic already went before it died? Logic already went before it died, or am I reading that wrong? He may have been hungry, cause me and you are the same in this. Oh, heck yeah. That's what's up, bro. I mean, hey, I don't know if you checked that link I sent you, but that link is on people with ASPD. Again, you would have to be over the age of 18 to actually be verified for that, and you would probably need to go to at least 2 different specialists or doctors to make sure that they basically both are like, yeah, this seems to be the problem, and usually you'd have to have some sort of long-term history or stuff beforehand, like either A, you would set fires this up, you would break windows, you would, you know, not listen to authority figures, stuff like that or whatever. And apparently, if you have all those criteria, you may be, you know, you're basically all that. And if you have 30 points on the test sheet by both specialists, if I'm correct, then you basically get diagnosed with ASPD, or antisocial personality disorder. It's basically not that you're quote unquote antisocial and like can't be around anybody, but that your social abilities are anti the normal social abilities, if that makes sense. Like your social skills aren't that of the normal person, if that makes sense. I always say if that makes sense. I'm sorry if I say that too much, but yep, I know that feeling. I felt like that for Cat before I gave up and accepted his fate. Well, we shouldn't. Damn throat. Well, we shouldn't give up, homie. Like, I don't know. Like I said, for even me, bro. Now, there was people in my life that were like, you know, after I became a Christian and stuff, they're like, bro, when I first met you, I literally thought you were like a devil worshiper. Like, you had that kind of vibe you were let off or whatever. But, and then there's other people that are like, bro, I've been praying for you for like, you know, a decade of your life or whatever. And honestly, I didn't think you would ever change. And it's like, bro, I didn't think I would ever change, you know? Like, to be honest, if it was up to me, I don't think I would be here right now, or would be having God in my life, if you know what I mean. I'd be doing what I want to do, but it's not because I mean, obviously I had the free will to go for it or whatever, but it's not because I chose it, if you will. It's because God was like, you know what? Now's the perfect opportunity to actually hit this person with this again. It's like, I hit him with it before. He was being dumb or, you know, wasn't listening. Here we go. I'll do it again now, because right now is the perfect opportunity, and yeah. And people were praying for a long time, and all I'm saying is that I do feel like, even though as cliche or cringy or corny as it is, I definitely feel like prayer does help more than people understand. Yeah, I don't think I have that. Wait, I don't think I have that. You mean that vibe? For real, I was reading the Bible to Cat daily. Wait, for real, I was reading the Bible to Cat daily. Wait, for real? That's what's up, Alicia. Okay, so really quick, let me know if I'm saying this correct, because I'm pretty sure it's correct, but I suck at names. So it's Alicia, right? Because I've said it a few times, but I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I'm butchering it though, and if I am, fuck it. But I don't want Cat in hell. No. Nah, I'm what? That's wrong. I'm saying it wrong. Wait, hold on, wait. Okay, well, I hate myself then. But but for real, you're reading the Bible to Cat daily. I don't want Cat to go to hell, but he never listens to me, so I'm letting God be the judge. I wish there was more I can do. Jeez, does he like it? No, don't get me wrong, it's kind of understandable. I didn't like listening to the Bible either, though, before. The best way I can tell you to talk to Cat about it, since he's probably going to listen to you the most out of all of us. I mean, obviously, we could talk to him too, but you should look up a YouTuber called Ray Comfort. I'll check really quick for him, and I'll try to drop a link, Comfort in the video description, or not the description, in the comment section. Oh, I guess it's Living Waters is his other one he has. Alright, well here's Living Water. I'm gonna look for Ray Comfort in a second. But basically, what he does is, he talks about, or he goes up to people that are basically, you know, agnostic, atheist, or whatever, and talks to just random people basically about God. Obviously, you know, for some people it's going to be different, but he usually starts out his questions with people like, do you believe that there's an afterlife, or do you believe that you go somewhere in the air in an afterlife, or something like that? And basically, you know, that way it's not like, you know, hey, do you believe in God? Do you believe in Jesus? Do you believe in the Bible? You know, it's more like, do you believe that there is an afterlife or whatever? You know, it's something that most people think about. You know, even if they don't believe there is one, it's something that they think about. You know what I mean? It's not a quote-unquote offensive question or whatever. And then he usually starts going into, like, the Ten Commandments or whatever and stuff, and basically, I think he said, I don't know, then he starts asking you, you know, do you think you're a good person or whatever? And most people will say yes because, everybody thinks they're a good person. We're human, but we're good people, right? So then he's like, okay, well, according to the 10 Commandments, how good of a person are you? And then he starts going through a few of them, like naming 4, 5, 6 of the commandments. And after that, he says, basically, are you a sinner? Or basically, have you ever told a lie in your life? Yes? Okay, well, then you're a liar. Have you ever stolen something, irregardless of its value, no matter how small it is? Oh, yeah, I've stolen a eraser from my friend in school. Okay, so you're a lying thief then, because you've lied and stolen? And, Jesus says if you look at a woman and lust for her in your heart, then you commit adultery. Or if you look for a woman and lust for her, then you commit adultery with her in your heart. So, do you ever look at a woman and lust for her? Basically, have you ever looked at pornography? Have you ever looked at a woman and wanted to, do said stuff with her? If you have or whatever, then you've already committed adultery in your heart, regardless and if you've even done the act or whatever. And that's just 3 right there. And then, or have you ever used God's name in vain? Have you ever said, oh my God, but like, in vain, not in a, I guess example or, I'm going to butcher that, but basically not in an example-like way. Basically, have you ever used it like that? Have you ever used God's name in vain? If you have, then that's the 4th commandment. So, judging by the 10 commandments, if God judged you by those, would you be innocent or guilty on Judgment Day when you died? And then basically, would you go to heaven or hell? Obviously, you would go to hell if God judges you by those 10 commandments, and we don't want that, but what did God do so people wouldn't need to go to hell? And that's when you say, that he sent Jesus or whatever. He sent Jesus to die on the cross and take the penalties for all of our sins. When he died, he said, "It is finished," basically. He was confirming that he's done everything that needed to be done. He fulfilled the prophecies, and that this final moment here on the cross, he's taking all the sins of the world, and now it is finally finished right before he died. If I'm correct in the Hebrew or Greek or whatever, it basically... I don't know. I know he spoke Aramaic, but whichever one it was, I'm pretty sure it means paid in full. So basically, Jesus was saying that it was paid in full at the end. Everything was paid by his blood. So, and then he also mentions it kind of, if you're in court and you have speeding fines, then, a judge will let you go if somebody else pays for them. It's legal to say you're out of here because somebody else paid the price, and that's what Jesus does for us on the cross. And basically all we have to do is trust Jesus like you would trust a parachute. If you're going skydiving, you jump out of a plane, why did you put on a parachute? To obviously make sure you don't die. And that's basically all we need to do with Jesus. I mean, obviously there's more, but that's the gist of, Christianity 101 is all we gotta do is trust in Jesus, or Jesus like you trust a parachute. Put him on, basically, or trust in Jesus and be like, regardless of what happens, I know that Jesus is going to be there and pray, keep me safe through it or whatever. Basically, the Bible says that if we confess that Jesus is Lord and believe that God raised him from the dead, then we will be saved. And with that, we also need to repent from our sins. People, I don't know, people like to start pushing that instantly, and I do think that we need to repent, don't get me wrong. But with that being said, I think that, according to Paul, he says that if we confess that Jesus, if we believe in our hearts that Jesus Christ is Lord and confess, I messed it up, sorry. Yeah, if we confess that Jesus is Lord and believe in our hearts that God raised him from the dead, we will be saved. But, so with that being said, for most Christians, that's like the first step, if you will, is to doing that. Then after that, it's basically repentance. And repentance isn't like most people, I'll never sin again. I can never sin. That's why I don't want to be a Christian, because I want to sin or because I sin too much and God will never forgive me if I keep sinning. It's not like that. Basically, repentance, if I'm correct in the Hebrew, basically means a change of heart. So, in some other words, like, it's basically not that you want to, or basically not like hey, let's go out and get partied and shit-faced and then go bang a whole bunch of women or whatever. It's like, hey, my friends are going out or whatever. I may have a drink or two with them, but I'm not going to get drunk or whatever. I don't want to get debauchery levels. God doesn't like that. It's basically like that. You have a change of heart of what you want to do. Instead of like trying to go out and sinning or whatever, you usually would try not to sin, and that doesn't mean that you aren't going to slip up sometimes or aren't going to be one of those people who's like, well, whatever. I mean, obviously you shouldn't, but if you do, it's I don't know, it's a sin or whatever, yes, but it's not, I don't know if that makes sense, but it's not something that God's not going to forgive you for. God's always going to forgive you or whatever, you know what I mean? So repentance basically means a change of heart. Like, instead of wanting to do the things you did before or wanting to sin freely, you basically try not to sin, if that makes sense. Doesn't mean you're going to always succeed, but you try. And that's what a lot of people, in my opinion, seem to mess up. I could be wrong on that, but yeah, that's what I've noticed anyway. I'm sorry I've been ranting for a while, but in my opinion, no matter if you're not a Christian or if you follow the Bible, it will lead you to a good life. I mean, that is kind of factual, Cheese. From what I've noticed, at least, you know, at the very least, it will lead you to a happier life. You know what I mean? You'll be definitely happier off mentally, at least in my opinion. Is it Alyssa? Because I want to say it's Alicia, but Alicia, yeah, but it might be Alyssa. I don't know. I feel like I'm butchering your name, though. I'm sorry if I am. You know, before all this woke stuff, when America had more Christian values, there were way less problems. Oh yeah, yep, for real though. And honestly, while I do think that you'll be happier, just even if you're not a Christian, but if you use Christian values, you'll be generally happier in life. I do think that it's all, I mean, obviously, I do think it's good to be a Christian for the sole fact that Jesus does say that he's the way, the truth, and the life, and that no one can come to God basically except through him. So he's basically saying there that he is the way to heaven, and nobody can get to heaven except through Jesus. So basically, even if you have Christian values, you're going to church every Sunday, but you're just like, well, but I'm not a Christian per se. I don't really believe or trust him or put my faith in Jesus. I just do the value stuff or whatever to make my life happier. While it's going to be good in the short term, I don't think it's going to be the best for people in the long term, if that makes sense. But, yeah, it definitely will at least help your mental state, but maybe that's what the devil wants, because sometimes, the devil comes as an angel of light, so if he's coming to somebody in that way of, hey, just have the Christian values, but don't be a Christian, I'm not saying he's going to do that with everybody, obviously, but I'm saying that could be something that he does, if you know what I mean. Alicia? Like SH? Or Alicia? Bro, for real? How does it spell like that? Why do I suck at names? But how is it spelt like that and sound like that? Is that because it has cat on Alicia? Or did I do that wrong? And I need to actually do stuff. Like, I've just been sitting here chatting your guys' face off for the last God knows how long. And I haven't been doing anything, so I'm sorry if I'm boring you guys. Yes. Alright, heck yeah. That's how you say it. Nice. I was told you weren't supposed to put cats on a leash, yeah? But that's how she tells me to spell it. Alright, heck yeah. That V. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, I do suck at names though, so maybe that's partially the reason, but then again, that does look a little different from what I'm used to. Not bored at all? Heck yeah, that's what's up then, at least, at least I'm slightly keeping you entertained, and not bored. Gotta downplay myself, that way people feel like it's better to stay here. If you play yourself too much and you're not as good as you're saying, then people will leave faster. It's kind of like the under promise over deliver thing, as long as you under promise your whatever and then you over deliver on the entertainment, then hopefully people will stay longer. Haha, psychology, manipulation. No, I'm kidding. Honestly, though, like, I don't know, I haven't used quote-unquote manipulation to my advantages, or to my advantage much, because, like, I don't know, I feel like it's dishonest and stuff, but, like, on YouTube, it's basically, like, especially now, like, I'm seeing more people do it almost like a beneficial thing, and it's like, bruh, should I have been trying to manipulate my audience all along, and, like, you know what I mean? Basically, using it to beneficially boost my channel, but I don't know, I like to be transparent, so I guess it's probably for the better that I haven't, but it's really easy to keep me entertained. Well, that's good. Well, I'll just keep jingling the keys in front of you then, and hopefully you stay, Not gonna lie though, I want this whole place to be flattened now. But it's not going to be, so I'm gonna sadly have to keep going. Alright, clickbait is a good example, right? Like, bro, hey, okay, if you go look at my videos, I want to say at least 99% of them, I mean, if not 100, but at least 99% of them have, for the thumbnail, right? It's what's actually happening in the video. Like, yeah, I do add, like, stickers and stuff over top of it to make it look a little more fancy, and I add, like, saturation and stuff like that, but, like, other than that, it's an actual moment that's happening in the video or whatever. I don't know, like, I don't like to make my thumbnails over or whatever, you know, all over the top. It's like, bro, why? Like, I could be that and then let people think, oh, he's that type of channel, one of those over-the-top clickbaity motherfrickers who has nothing really cool to say, but in reality just wants people to click on his video, so he spends all day on the thumbnail and no time on the video, you know? But yeah, so it's like, I'll just take a little moment I found cool in the video, I'll screenshot it, I'll put some stickers over it, throw that on, and there you go, got a thumbnail. Yeah, that's gonna take days, right? For real. Bro, my homie, though, low-key needs to fudge and needs to let other people jump on this realm. Because I'm basically playing here in solo player. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a realm, but my brother and my friend are the only two who have this other than me, and they don't play like I do, so they're like never online. Wait, are you jumping 2 blocks high? Yes, sir. I got that beacon effect over there, homie. It's giving me that jump, or that jump effect, or leap. Hold on, let me double check it. The leap boost too, so I can jump 2 blocks high, or like 2.5, I think, altogether. I'm pretty sure, but let me see. Like this right here, 2 blocks tall, and yeah, I can easily jump that. But let's see if I go down here again. Yeah, like 2 and I jump like, come on, like 2.5 blocks tall. But if I hit my jump and then open my wingsuit at the exact same time, I can go like 3.5, 4 blocks up. I fell. Oh, let's see. This is 4 blocks high. Let's see if I can't do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna get into modding and add coffee into Minecraft or to Minecraft. Hell yeah! Damn it, I jumped too soon, bro. Yeah, coffee in Minecraft would be geeking. Oh, look at there! I jumped 4 up. So yeah, as long as you glide jump, you can go 4 high with the leaping effect. I got me a netherite hoe. Boing, boing, boing. Bouncing on the leaves. Alright, actually, I'm gonna get some audio back on if you're down, because I shut that off for a second. 4 blocks max, right? Yes, sir.
Of our ground meal, of our grain offerings, of the fruit of all our trees, and of our new wine and olive oil. And we will bring a tithe of our crops to the Levites, for it is the Levites who collect the tithes in all the towns where we work. A priest descended from Aaron is to accompany the Levites when they receive the tithes, and the Levites are to bring 1/10 of the tithes up to the house of our God, to the storerooms of the treasury. The people of Israel, including the Levites, are to bring their contributions of grain, new wine, and olive oil to the storerooms, where the articles for the sanctuary and for the ministering priests, the gatekeepers, and the musicians are also kept. We will not neglect the house of our God. Nehemiah chapter 11. Now the leaders of the people settled in Jerusalem. The rest of the people cast lots to bring one out of every 10 of them to live in Jerusalem, the holy city, while the remaining 9 were to stay in their own towns. The people commended all who volunteered to live in Jerusalem. These are the provincial leaders who settled in Jerusalem. Now some Israelites, priests, Levites, temple servants, and descendants of Solomon's servants lived in the towns of Judah, each on their own property in the various towns, while other people from both Judah and Benjamin lived in Jerusalem. From the descendants of Judah, Attiah, son of Uzziah, the son of Zechariah, the son of Amariah, the son of Shephatiah, the son of Mahalalel, a descendant of Perez, and Maaseiah, son of Baruch, the son of Kolhose, the son of Haziah, the son of Avadiah, the son of Joiarib, the son of Zechariah, a descendant of Shelah.
The
The
sun.
descendants of Perez who lived in Jerusalem totaled 468 men of standing. From the descendants of Benjamin, Salu, son of Meshullam, the son of Joed, the son of Pedaiah, the son of Koliah, the son of Maaseiah, the son of Ithiel, the son of Jeshiah, and his followers, Gabbai and Salai, 928 men. Joel, son of Zichri, was their chief officer, and Judah, son of Hasanuah, was over the new quarter of the city. From the priests, Jediah, the son of Joiarib, Jachin, Sariah, son of Hilkiah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Zadok, the son of Merioth,
The son of.
Ahitub,
the son
official in
of.
charge of the house of God, and their associates who carried on work for the temple, 822 men. Adiah, son of Jeroham, the son of Pelaliah, the son of Amzai, the son of,
Bruh.
the son of Pashur,
Yes, the
son
sun
of
touched.
Malchijah,
Wait.
and his
The
associates,
sun touched grass, yes.
242 men. Amashai, son of Azarel, the son of Azai, the son of Meshillamoth, the son of Immer, and his associates who were men of standing.
And people wonder why people don't like to listen to this in the Bible, usually.
Son of Haggadolim. From the Levites,
Don't get me wrong, I love the Bible, but this
the
part.
son of Azrikam, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Bunai, Shabbatai and Jozabad, 2 of the heads of the Levites who had charge of the outside work of the house of God, Mattaniah, son of Micah, the son of Zabdi, the son of Asaph, the director, who led in thanksgiving and prayer, Bakbukiah, second among his associates, and Abda, son of Shemuah, the son of Galal, the son of Jeduthun. The Levites in the holy city totaled 284. The gatekeepers, Akab, Talmon, and their associates who kept watch at the gates, 172.
Dang it, I'm old, bro.
The rest of the Israelites,
My back
the
is
priests
messed
and
up.
Levites, were in all the towns of Judah, each on their ancestral property. The temple servants lived on the hill of Ophel, and Zihah and Gishpa were in charge of them. The chief officer of the Levites in Jerusalem was Ozai, son of Bani, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micah. Ozai was one of Asaph's descendants, who were the musicians responsible for the service of the house of God.
Yeah, I never
The
understand
musicians were
genealogy.
under the
Yeah, I
king's
feel
orders,
that.
which
Same.
regulated their daily activity. Petahiah, son of Meshizabil, one of the descendants of Zerah, son of Judah, was the king's agent in all affairs relating to the people. As for the villages with their fields, some of the people of Judah lived in Kiriath Arba and its surrounding settlements, in Dibon and its settlements, in Jekabziel and its villages, in Jeshua, in Moleda, in Beth Pelet, in Hazashua, in Beersheba and its settlements, in Ziklag, in Makona and its settlements, in Enrimmon, in Zorah,
And
in
its
Jarmuth,
settlements.
Zanoah, Adullam and their villages, in Lachish and its fields, and Ezekah and its settlements. So they were living all the way from Beersheba to the valley of Hinnom. The descendants of the Benjaminites, from Geba, lived in Michmash, Ijah, Bethel and its settlements. In
Alright,
Anathoth,
so over
Nob,
here,
and Ananiah, in Hazor,
does
Ramah,
this make
and
everything
Gittayim,
stop?
in Hadid, Zeboim, and Nebalah,
No.
in Lod and Ono.
What about
and in
one over?
Jehoshim. Some of the divisions of the Levites of Judah settled in Benjamin. Nehemiah chapter 12.
1 over?
These were the priests and Levites.
No, what
who
about
returned with
2
Zerubbabel, son
over?
of Shealtiel, and with Joshua. Sariah, Jeremiah, Ezra, Amariah, Maluk, Hattush, Shechaniah, Rehum, Meremoth,
3 over?
Edom, Ginnathon, Abijah, Mijamin, Moadiah, Bilgah, Shemaiah,
Yeah, it's
Joiada,
3 over.
Jediah, Salu, Amok, Hilkiah,
Okay, so
Jediah.
right here where the birch tree
These
starts,
were the leaders of the priests and their associates. in
that's
the
where it
days of
stops
Joshua.
at. That's good to know.
The Levites were Jeshua, Binnui, Kadmiel, Sherebiah, Judah, and
Okay,
also
so-
Mattaniah, who together with his associates was in charge of the songs of thanksgiving. Bakbukiah
How far back
and
can we
Onai,
go?
Their associates stood opposite them in the services. Joshua was the father of Joachim, Joachim the father of Eliashib, Eliashib the father of Joiada, Joiada the father of Jonathan, and Jonathan the father of Jaddua. In the days of Joachim, these were the heads of the priestly families. Of Zariah's family, Mariah. Of Jeremiah's, Hananiah. Of Ezra's, Meshullam. Of Amariah's, Jehohanan. Of Maluk's, Jonathan. Of Shechaniah's, Joseph. Of Harim's, Adnah. Of Meremoth's, Helkai. Of Iddo's, Zechariah. Of Ginnathon's, Meshullam. Of Abijah's, Zichri. Of Meniamin's, and of Moadiah's, Piltai. Of Bilgah's, Shammua. Of Shemaiah's, Jehonathan. Of Joiarib's, Mattanai. Of Jediah's, Uzai. Of Salu's, Kalai. Of Amok's, Eber. Of Hilkiah's, Hashabiah. Of Jediah's, Nethanel. The family heads of the Levites in the days of Eliashib, Joiada, Johanan, and Jaddua, as well as those of the priests, were
Bro,
recorded
really? I
in
can
the
go
reign of
farther?
Darius the Persian. The family heads among the descendants of Levi up to the time of Johanan, son of Eliashib, were recorded in the book of the Annals. And the leaders of the Levites were Hashabiah, Sherebiah, Jeshua, son of Kadmiel, and their associates, who stood opposite them. to
Okay,
give
so
praise and
right
thanksgiving.
here I get
One
2
section
beacon
responding to the
effects.
other, as prescribed by David, the man of God.
Right there I get 3 effects.
Mattaniah, Bakbukiah,
So right here,
Obadiah, Meshullam, Talmon, and Akub were gatekeepers who guarded the storerooms of the gates. They served in the days of Joachim, son of Joshua, the son of Josedek, and in the days of Nehemiah the
This is where I'm
governor,
gonna need
and of
to
Ezra the priest, the
put a
teacher.
beacon later.
At the dedication of the wall of Jerusalem, the Levites were sought out
Okay,
from
y'all,
where they
I'm gonna go
lived
to
and were
bed
brought
now.
to
Have a good
Jerusalem to
night.
celebrate
Yeah,
joyfully the dedication with songs of
you too, Nostalgia. Thanks for stopping by, homie. And yeah, well, thanks for watching and stuff too. I'm glad we could have a chat and chill and such. Don't have too much fun tonight though. Shoot, where was that? I don't feel like I need it that high up.
songs of thanksgiving, and with the music of cymbals, harps, and lyres. The musicians were also brought together from the region around Jerusalem. From the villages of the Netophathites, from Beth Gilgal, and from the area of Jeba and Asmaveth, but the musicians had built villages for themselves around Jerusalem. When the priests and Levites had purified themselves ceremonially, they purified the people, the gates, and the wall. I had the leaders of Judah go up on top of the wall. I also assigned 2 large choirs to give thanks. One was to proceed on top of the wall to the right, towards the dung gate. Hoshea and half the leaders of Judah followed them, along with Azariah, Ezra, Meshullam, Judah, Benjamin, Shemaiah, Jeremiah, as well as some priests with trumpets, and also Zechariah, son of Jonathan, the son of Shemaiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micaiah, the son of Zakur, the son of Asaph, and his associates, Shemaiah, Azarel, Milalai, Gilalai, Maai, Nethanel, Judah, and Hanani, with musical instruments prescribed by David, the man of God. Ezra, the teacher of the law, led the procession. At the fountain gate, they continued directly up the steps of the city of David, on the ascent to the wall, and passed above the site of David's palace to the water gate on the east. The second choir proceeded in the opposite direction. I followed them on top of the wall together with half the people, past the Tower of the Ovens to the broad wall, over the gate of Ephraim, the Jeshanah gate, the fish gate, the Tower of Hananel, and the Tower of the 100, as far as the sheep gate. At the gate of the guard, they stopped. The 2 choirs that gave thanks then took their places in the house of God. So did I, together with half the officials, as well as the priests, Eliakim, Maaseiah, Meniamin, Micaiah, Elioenai, Zechariah, and Hananiah with their trumpets, and also Maaseiah, Shemaiah, Eleazar, Uzai, Jehohanan, Malchijah, Elam, and Ezer. The choirs sang under the direction of Jezrahiah. And on that day they offered great sacrifices, rejoicing because God had given them great joy. The women and children also rejoiced. The sound of rejoicing in Jerusalem could be heard far away. At that time, men were appointed to be in charge of the storerooms for the contributions, firstfruits, and tithes. From the fields around the towns, they were to bring into the storerooms the portions required by the law for the priests and the Levites, for Judah was pleased with the ministering priests and Levites. They performed the service of their God and the service of purification, as did also the musicians and gatekeepers, according to the commands of David and his son Solomon. For long ago, in the days of David and Asaph, there had been directors for the musicians and for the songs of praise and thanksgiving to God. So in the days of Zerubbabel and of Nehemiah, all Israel contributed the daily portions for the musicians and the gatekeepers. They also set aside the portion for the other Levites, and the Levites set aside the portion for the descendants of Aaron. Nehemiah chapter 13. On that day, the book of Moses was read aloud in the hearing of the people, and there it was found written that no Ammonite or Moabite should ever be admitted into the assembly of God, because they had not met the Israelites with food and water, but had hired Balaam to call a curse down on them. Our God, however, turned the curse into a blessing. When the people heard this law, they excluded from Israel all who were of foreign descent. Before this, Eliashib the priest had been put in charge of the storerooms of the house of our God. He was closely associated with Tobiah, and he had provided him with a large room formerly used to store the grain offerings and incense and temple articles, and also the tithes of grain, new wine, and olive oil prescribed for the Levites, musicians, and gatekeepers, as well as the contributions for the priests. But while all this was going on, I was not in Jerusalem. For in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, king of Babylon, I had returned to the king. Sometime later,
I'm obsessed.
And came back
Heck
to
yeah, with which part? The tearing down or the Bible in the background, or both?
In the courts of the house of God. I was greatly displeased, and threw all Tobiah's household goods out of the room. I gave orders to purify the rooms, and then I put back into them the equipment of the house of God, with the grain offerings and the incense.
Oh, cat. B.
You're
obsessed with that cat?
Not being given to them.
I mean, hey, ain't we all obsessed with that cat? What? No.
Responsible for the service had gone back to their own fields. So I rebuked the officials and asked them, why is the house of God neglected? Then I called them together and stationed them at their
just kidding. All of it.
The tithes of grain, new wine, and olive oil into the
You ever hear the song called My Obsession from Skillet?
Zadok the scribe, and a Levite named Pedaiah, in charge of the storerooms, and made Hanan son of Zakur, the son of Mattaniah, their assistant, because they were considered trustworthy. They were made responsible for distributing the supplies to their fellow Levites. Remember me for this, my God, and do not blot out what I have so faithfully done for the house of my God and its services. In those days, I saw people in Judah treading wine presses on the Sabbath, and bringing in grain and loading it on donkeys, together with wine, grapes, figs, and all other kinds of loads. And they were bringing all this into Jerusalem on the Sabbath. Therefore I warned them against selling food on that day. People from Tyre who lived in Jerusalem were bringing in fish and all kinds of merchandise and selling them in Jerusalem on the Sabbath. To the
Have a dirty mind because of my ex, so please don't say cat like that.
What is this wicked thing you are doing?
Desecrating
the Sabbath day.
Didn't
your ancestors
That's not what I was referring
so
to.
that our God brought all this calamity on us and on this city?
I definitely don't
Now
have a
you are
dirty
stirring up
mind.
more wrath
No.
against Israel by desecrating the Sabbath. When evening shadows fell on the gates of Jerusalem before the Sabbath, I ordered the doors to be shut and not opened until the Sabbath was over. I stationed some of my own men at the gates so that no load could be brought in on the Sabbath day. Once or twice, the merchants and sellers of all kinds of goods spent the night outside Jerusalem. But I warned them and said, "Why do you spend the night by the wall?"
Imagine I just start spam calling Cat on Discord, and when he finally answers, I just be like, "Nostalgia wants to talk to you," and then just like don't talk to him.
To purify themselves and go and
Nostalgia wakes up tomorrow like, "What? What are you talking about? I want to talk to Cat." I wouldn't do that, but it would be kind of funny.
Moreover, in those days, I saw men of Judah who had married women from Ashdod, Ammon, and Moab. Half of their children spoke the language of Ashdod, or the language of one of the other peoples, and did not know how to speak the language of Judah.
I talk to Cat daily, so that doesn't help.
Curses down on them.
It'd be
I beat
like, I don't want to. You're like, I want to think of Cat dirty, but not that type of dirty.
You are not to give your daughters in marriage to their sons, nor are you to take their daughters in marriage for your sons or for yourselves. Was it not because of marriages like these that Solomon, king of Israel, sinned? Among the many nations there was no king like him. He was loved by his God, and God made him king over all Israel. But even he was led into sin by foreign women. Must we hear now that you too are doing all this terrible wickedness, and are being unfaithful to our God by marrying foreign women? One of the sons of Joiada, son of Eliashib, the high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat the Horonite, and I drove him away from me. Remember them, my God, because they defiled the priestly office and the covenant of the priesthood and of the Levites. So I purified the priests and the Levites of everything foreign, and assigned them
He was up 30
each to
minutes
his
ago,
own
but you were
parts.
showering.
I also made provision for contributions of wood at designated times.
That'd be no good.
And for the first fruits. Remember me with favor.
If I mean, obviously, Cat doesn't like Bedrock, and he has like his hardcore world he plays on. But if I can ever convince my friend to let other people play on this realm and stuff, I feel like Cat's gonna be one of the first people I try to get on here. Just because Cat's an awesome wow. And I was gonna say awesome builder, but yeah, an awesome builder. It makes bigger things than I can, in my opinion, or bigger mansions than I can.
You might not believe it, but this mattress is only $2.99.
I don't believe it. Alright, shoot. Yo, what's up, Nicola? Welcome again. I mean, I don't know, you've probably been here the whole time, but I don't know, either that or you're back, but welcome. Depression, yes. Depression goes sad. Hey, what if I told you guys... what if I told you guys to... my bed's over there. I gotta unload my backpack. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say there. Because that sounds dirty. Sad cat noises. Well, it's kind of funny because I have another friend that goes by the name of War Cat. And yeah, I don't know, it's kind of funny because I call them Cat all the time, and obviously we got Cat, and I call him Cat, so I got two cats that I know. But I'm pretty sure this other one's from like Finland or something like that, so definitely a different cat than the one that you know of. I need to name my stream something like Minecraft, but I hacked Cat's single player world or something like that, you know, just rage bait him. I gave Cat a kitten. Hopefully just a kitten. Like a real kitten, right? Boom. I got so much junk. I cannot lie. Cobby stone. That's a dirt. Which means I put it there. Hold up. Oh, I got more wood I didn't realize I had. Dang it, open. Well, I gave Cat rights to him. I mean, his name is Cat, but I don't know. That sounds a little sus. No, I threw out the wrong stack. Boom. Alright, got my cobby in there. Cat's like, I got my cat rights. I'm referring to something but changing the words from Ice Age. I think it was Continental Drift, where Sid the sloth is like, I know my berries. Then eats some berries and gets paralyzed. It's an actual kitten, so don't be dirty. Okay, well, that's what I was wondering. I was like, you mean an actual cat, right? But then he said something about cat rights, and I assumed that you were talking something different. Like, okay, then, but I was hoping it was cat, or like an actual cat at first, but is it? Oh, what kind of cat though? Is it like a calicone, an orange one, a gray one, a black one, a striped one? What type of kitty? Oh shoot, that's a dirt. Okay, well, those are full. He's gray. Oh heck yeah. We have a gray cat named Cuddles. Well, it's kind of a gray striped one, if you will. I'll try. I know I have some shorts showing the cat, but I'll try to upload something later on showing it again. Spam cat. Say no more. I can do such things. Maybe. Oh, I don't know if I can do such things. What the hell is this? Discord has like a random thing they want me to agree to, but it's blank. There's nothing I can agree to. I don't want to agree to nothing and then have them say, "Hey." I don't want them to say I agreed to
So I'm gonna get some.
Quiet me. I don't want them to say that I agreed to something I didn't agree to. What the f... Okay, yeah, Discord is weird. Hold on, I'm gonna send a screenshot. I'm gonna post a screenshot. I'm making a post. What am I agreeing to at Discord? Alright, let's see if that, yeah. It's literally blank as fuck. Shit. Okay, how can I get a hold of Cat? Oh, I know how I can do it. Ha! You just hit back and you don't need to accept their terms of service. Suckers. I don't know how long that's gonna last for, but... I don't know, I agreed to it. Oh, you mean you agreed to him getting a gray cat? Bro, he should show off his gray kitty. I want to see it. No weirdo, but I like kitties and dogs. I like animals in general. I'm more of an animal person than people person, but I don't mind people too. At least as long as they're, you know, chill people and you can just be a chill person around them. And yeah, otherwise if they're like somebody you have to fake around, it's not the best in the world, at least not in my opinion. I didn't give you permission to do that. Should I call him? Imagine I start spam calling Cat. Be like, bro, what the fuck? Shit, what the hell? Did I break that? Did I? Yeah, I did. It's a stone one. Okay. Stop tripping out, me. Alright, you got a dirt one that's almost full. You got a cobblestone one that is full. Call him. I have a problem. Okay. He needs to call in. Hold up. I'll do this. So you can hear. It's an emergency. We coughed at the same time. Yes. And that do be. Dang, it's only 2:30? Aw, I'm all alone in this call. Cat can still join any time while I'm here, though. Rip. One more time, otherwise it wouldn't be spam, right? A single call isn't spam, 2 is spam, right? Oh wait, we're connecting? Hold up, I'm hanging up. Sorry, I didn't see that. Oh wait, we're connected. You mean cough-wise, damn it. I thought you meant, yeah, my bad. I'm calling again. Oh wait, I'm sorry. He said why. I told him sorry. I was told to. I don't know why. I had no free will over that. It was literally not in my control. It just happened, and I don't know what happened there. What? I just woke up. What? It's 2015 again, guys? Look. It's 2015. Everything was a dream. It was all a dream, guys. Wake up. Nothing really happened like they said. He sent him. He's mad at me. Oh, shoot. That's not good. He sent them. I thought I was having a nightmare again, he said. Cat, it was all a dream, homie. It's 2015 again. Wake up. I sent him K. That's how you really get under someone's skin. They're like, you really gonna hit me with a K? Oh, I have redstone somewhere I can get rid of. Hold up, I know I have it. I thought I had it. Where's the redstone? I guess I lied. I thought I had a bundle somewhere with redstone in it, but maybe not. What? Alright, I thought you sent something else, but I must be seeing things. He's something else. Wait, is he on right now, though, or no? Low-key, I really do hope Cat one day becomes a Christian. I mean, don't get me wrong, though. It might be a while. I do hope it's soon, but knowing my ass, like, I don't know. I was a quote-unquote Christian, if you will, back in 2016, as in, like, I knew of God, and it's like, yeah, I believe in Jesus. But, like, even back then, my belief system, if you will, was really sketchy. It's like, I know I've heard of Jesus, I know of God and stuff, but it's like, I don't know if I actually believe in this or whatever. It's like, how do we know this is true and not just the ramblings of, like, some old people that used to think back in the day people were witches, you know what I mean? But, yeah, with that being said, the more you look into it, the more you realize that the Bible is literally the most well-preserved piece of literature in history. Like, if you're going to believe anything in history, you have to believe the Bible. Like, if you're going to say, I believe that this is without a shadow of a doubt, definitive fact or whatever in history, but I don't know about the Bible, then I don't know if that makes sense, but like, that's literally the most stupid reasoning possible. Like, if you're going to say anything in history happened, then you have to basically, I mean, at least history that's been over a few, 500 or 1,000 years or whatever, then you have to conclude that the Bible is legitimate as well and that its history is accurate. And I think he's lurking, though. Oh, you mean here in the stream? Cat, are you lurking? Actually, he might be, because I was here a little bit ago to read the chat on my other phone, but I'm not here anymore. I'm still sitting on the Discord screen, if I'm being honest. Well, if you are, thanks for stopping by, Cat. And if you're not, well, hi, Cat. Anyway, I think Nicola might still be here. Don't do drugs, kids. They're bad. If you're going to do drugs, I prefer you do weed other than the nicotine. As weird as that is to say, I've done them both. and nicotine is a far worse drug than weed ever could be. But obviously, don't do either. Breathe air. Don't breathe smoke. But then again, I'm not your babysitter, so I don't know how to describe it. It's like, people are gonna do what they want to do, So if I tell people don't do this, I feel like, at least for me personally, I'm more likely to go do that when someone says don't do this. So that's why I'm always like, don't do drugs, or if you're going to, I'd recommend doing it like this, because that way it's like, I'm not telling you how to live your life. You can do whatever you want. I'm just giving you my key advice, if you will. I never did, Nick. Well, honestly, that's a good thing. You shouldn't. There's somebody that I know that never did it, or that did it back in the day and quit, when they were younger. And long story short, they started using it again, and now they're addicted, and I'm pretty sure they want to stop, but they can't because, And that's also a me thing, too. I've been using nicotine since I was 8 years old, and it's not something you want to be doing. Now I'm like 25, and almost 26. Holy crap, in 2 years, I've been smoking nicotine for 20 years of my life. That's not a good thing, but I've been doing it for too long, so my body says, screw you, you're going to do it now, and unfortunately, I have to concede that I'm too much of a bitch with the nicotine addictions to actually stop as much as I want to. I was not a good kid, if you will. I first started smoking when we had babysitters that would come over. They would smoke or whatever, and they would just put their cigarettes out half gone and have a big ass ashtray outside. So I'd low key steal their cigarettes at first, and that's how I started smoking. Is I would cut the filters off of their cigarettes, and I would smoke half lit cigarette or half smoked cigarettes. Then after that, I was like, dang, these are freaking good. It gives you a nicotine buzz. So I'd start saving up $10-$20, and I would try to find somebody who looked like they still lived in the 1970s or 1980s. Usually somebody who had the poofy hair or the long hair or whatever, the baggy ass pants or whatever, the weird ass suits, stuff like that. I look for people who look like they were from the old era, if you will. And I'd be like, bro, you mind grabbing me a pack of cigarettes? I got $20 here. You can keep the change or something like that. And 8 out of 10 times, they usually be like, oh, no, here, bro, you can take the change with you. I don't need the change. You can have it. So, it's basically how I would supply my nicotine addiction at a young age until I was working at until I was actually working at a job or whatever that had people there other people that were older age, if you will. And then at that time, I started having those people buy me cigarettes. And then when I finally turned 18, about 3 years later, I started buying my own nicotine until, 21 or whatever. I guess till 20, and then they changed it, but I was still able to get it at some places until they changed it. Because I was able to get it when I was 20, but they changed it to 21 in Wisconsin. But you could still buy it at specific places when you were 18. It was kind of a weird thing. So I was still going there to buy the stuff. But yeah, I've been doing nicotine for almost since I was 8 years old, and it's not a good thing to do. So if people wonder why I'm still addicted or why I'm smoking, even though it's not a good excuse, that's my excuse. It's I've been doing it for so long that my body is basically, it's part of what my body thinks it needs. It's your body literally releases nicotine. If it didn't, then why would you be receiving it since 8 years old, I don't know. That's the only thing I can come to conclude, but I could be wrong on that. Okay, did I empty everything? Let me double check these. That's full. Yeah, these are all full, right? Yes, sir, I know these are full. Why am I straight? Because if you weren't straight, you'd be curvy. More realistically, though, if you weren't straight, you'd probably like women, assuming that you are a girl, like you say, which I assume you are. But yeah, if you weren't, then you would like women. I mean, You know, I've told my sister before as a joke when she's like, oh, I just want a boyfriend. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's so gross. I'm like, if I was a girl, I'd want a girl. She's like, no, you wouldn't. You just say that because you're a guy. I'm like, nah. If I was a chick, I'd be full blown les. She's like, nah, you wouldn't. I'm like, nah, I would. I don't know why or why we're even discussing that shit though, but yeah, she's always, probably because she's always like, I want a boyfriend. I was like, okay, I mean, you're my sister, I love you, but you don't need a boyfriend, you're young, calm down. You need to be wondering who you're going to be sharing your Crayola crayons with in school, not if a kid likes you. Minoteo will sometimes, no offense, and I feel it'd be how old is she? Honestly, yeah, now she's like 15, so she's getting to be that age, I guess, but it's like still she's a little child in my mind, I don't know, obviously she's not, but in my mind she's still a little baby. She does have her attempts at the moment, so she's like, temporary driver, whatever you call it. The ones that can drive with somebody else in the vehicle. So like 15 and a half. 16 in January. I started dating at 15. Yeah, she was, I don't know, she was with somebody or was talking to some guy a little bit ago or whatever, and, apparently he just wants to be friends, or just said he wanted to be friends, and then after that, apparently he says that they should probably just stop talking in general or something, and now she's all mad. I mean, I don't want to be giving out her personal life, but yeah, she's a little mad now and stuff, and yeah, but it's like, yeah, that happens sometimes, yeah, especially with guys that either A, just want some poot-tang if you ain't giving it out, and B, also with guys in school, a lot of their brain capacities are that of a gumball, so it's like, you can't really expect much from the wannabe Logan Pauls of the world, but maybe that's just me. I'd be mad. Oh, yeah. I feel that. I mean, I'm not saying it's not a valid reason to not be mad. I mean, I do think it's something to be mad about, but I also think that, I don't know, she's... I don't know, not talking shit about my sister, but she was almost a little too obsessed with it, if you will, I mean, obviously it was probably like her first thing, so it's going to be like that sometimes, but it's like, I don't know, you shouldn't give somebody like that the time of day, you know what I mean? Like, you should be like, okay, you want to be an arsehole to me? Guess what? I'm going to be an arsehole right back to you, see how you like it, I mean, at least that's how I would do it, but, me too, right? Yeah. But, me too, you mean like, you two, as in like, for the thing she's doing, or you like... too obsessed because it's the first one or something? Oh, shoot, this shovel. Obsessed, right? That's low-key how she was, too, and it was like, bruh, like, I don't even want to repeat this, but, she was saying something like, that person or whatever was leaning out the window, and they left the area they were at or whatever, and when they left, the way they just left the the way they pulled out of the parking lot, it was just quote unquote really hot. It's like, what? They just pulled out of a parking lot. How is that hot? But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's because of the obsession thing, though. Like no matter what the person does, they could be yawning and choking on a pretzel at the same time, and you'd be like, oh, look at that yawn choke. I get that. Yeah, it's like, I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, I feel like that has to be the obsession era, or if you were the obsession phase, that causes that. Definitely the, it's a girl thing, it'd be. Oh, shoot. What am I doing? If it's dirt here. Oh, never mind. I'm retarded, yeah. This is 65. I gotta go to 64. Okay, I'm smart. Yeah. I don't get this, though. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I've seen some girls before be like, this guy is just so cute. Like, oh my gosh, he's just the cutest in the world. He's just, oh my gosh, like so obsessed, right? But then later on, if like they can't have him, or if he does something that makes them mad and they don't want him anymore, or something like that, and then later on the girls are like, that guy's just so gross now. Like, ew. It's like, wait, what? Like, do you really think that now? Like, do you see him differently for real, or is it like you're just saying that because you don't have him? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I've always assumed it was just something like, oh yeah, they're saying it because like, well, I can't have them, so I'll just try to make other people think, oh, they're gross, I don't even like them. But like, I don't know, knowing women though, their minds might work differently, like there might be something that literally like gets flipped off, if you will, that like says, ew, no, this thing that I used to like, now I don't like it, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know, maybe that's just me thinking wrong, I don't know, but yeah, I'm just wondering if you as a girl, like, does that ever happen with you or nah? I see them differently because all my exes are so ugly. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the ex thing, it do be sometimes. So I kind of understand that. I had to defend my exes while dating them. That's definitely no good. Like, defend them how so? Like, from accusations, or like defend them because they were retards and you were just trying to defend them, but in the end you were just like, yeah, in reality I probably should just let them have their demise that they wanted. My ex told me he loved me yesterday, but he got another girl pregnant. Yeah, sounds like love. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say you could hit him with something like, love, or what people call love is just chemical reactions in the brain that compels animals to breed. But yeah, I don't know if you want to hit him with that. But basically, you could be saying something like, I don't know, you're saying you love me, but you're apparently getting these chemical reactions that are compelling you to breed with another chick while you claim you love me. Clearly, that's not the case. You're just trying to either manipulate or lie, or both. Because if you loved me, you wouldn't be trying to keep your species from going extinct with another woman. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously, I assume you're with Kat now and stuff, but, I'm just saying if you wanted to fuck with that person, you know what I mean? Nah, not literally, of course, but yes, and I defended them saying they aren't ugly and other stuff they did to me. Okay, my ex told me he loved me yesterday, but he got another girl pregnant, and I defended them saying they aren't ugly and other stuff they did to me. He said he loves her too. Yeah. What is he, a Muslim? I mean, no, what do you call it? No hate on the Muslims or whatever, but they can have up to 4 wives if I'm correct, right? So like, that's literally a Muslim thing. I mean, I'm not, somebody's like, oh my gosh, you're so Islamophobic. It's like, bitch, that's literally something Muslims are told they can do. How is that Islamophobic? You know what I mean? So, like, I don't know. I'm not saying he is, but, like, is he Islamic? Because, like, that would make sense then. But if he's not, then what are you trying to do, buddy? No, he's not. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it don't make much sense, at least in my opinion. I mean, unless you're like, I want to just do everything or whatever, but I don't know, at that point you're also more likely, not always obviously, but if you're doing that, you're more likely to catch some sort of STD or something. Just saying, from him or him or the other people that he's with, you know what I mean? If he's like, I love you and you and you and you and everybody, it's like, yeah, you mean you just like to stick it in everybody. But I've also heard something before, like, like women fake love, or no, women fake sex for love, and men fake love for sex, or something like that. Which is basically, like, you know, a lot of women will pretend they love the person and they'll have sex because in their mind they can convince themselves that they are in love or that the person loves them. And for a lot of guys, it's basically, you know, if you can convince the said chick that, you know, you love her or whatever, then, you know, she'll have sex with you even if you don't love her. So men fake love for sex and women fake sex for love, basically. Obviously, it's not a always thing, but definitely seems like a good rule for thumb or in general. He has no pull-out game, right? Yo, Nicola, what's up? Welcome again. Glad you're still lurking around. Like, his pull-out game's so weak, he burns a toast every morning. I feel like I need more shulkers. Sorry, Mom. I'm just master debating again. I am the master debater. I don't know why, but that South Park episode just popped in my mind. Shit, it's almost 3. I'm going to need to shield some castles soon. But that's not now. Alright, how far can I go? I want to do a little bit more before I have to go shield stuff. So I'm going to start making a little perimeter and hope I can get that done. Actually, I lied because over here is where I was starting. So I'll just continue the flow. And oh dang, you need to be up in 2 hours? This is his 4th child and he needs and he is younger than Cat. Dang! I don't know how old Cat is, but I'm pretty sure Cat's younger than me, right? I could have swore he said that before. But dang. I mean, I know a homie who had 1 kid and it was like, bro, what you doing? 21. Oh yeah, dang, he's definitely younger than me. I'm 25, sadly. Bro, I've got, oh my gosh, I don't know how the hell I turned fucking 21 to 25. But my body just decided to grow up without me or something. Shoot, let me try to, unless you don't want to listen, shoot, I'm laying on the cord, I'm gonna mesh it up. But I'm gonna try to find, Esther? I don't know if Esther's whatever, but forget, we'll listen to Esther. I've been trying to listen to the whole Bible all the way through when I've been on this world, so I'm going to attempt to throw some Esther on, since hopefully that should be fast. Well, not hopefully because it'll be fast, but hopefully it's, what do you call it, you know. Hopefully it'll be at least entertainment, no, educational, there we go, haha, my vocabulary worked barely.
Stretching from India to Kush. At that time, King Xerxes,
if you want me to shut it off, though, let me know, and I definitely will for a little bit, while you're here and stuff.
Stretching from India to Kush. At that time, King Xerxes reigned from his royal throne on the citadel of Susa. And in the 3rd year of his reign, he gave a banquet for all his nobles and officials. The military leaders of Persia and Media, the princes and the nobles of the provinces were present. For a full 180 days, he displayed the vast wealth of his kingdom and the splendor and glory of his majesty. When these days were over, the king gave a banquet lasting 7 days in the enclosed garden of the king's palace for all the people from the least to the greatest who were in the citadel of Susa. The garden had hangings of white and blue linen.
I'm just here. I don't understand video games for real. Well, all I'm doing in this game here, honestly, is just making it flat. So this stone is all going to be covered up with grass soon, hopefully, like over there. But yeah. But other than that, it's just the Bible that's on in the background while I tear away the earth slowly but surely.
By the king's command, each guest was allowed to drink without restriction.
Dang, sounds like a dope king.
To serve each man what he wished. Queen Vashti also gave a banquet for the women in the royal palace of King Xerxes. On the 7th day, when King Xerxes was in high spirits from wine, he commanded the 7 eunuchs who served him.
Give me a sec. Thank you very much. Nicholas Scott 28. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm here, but I might need to go again for a half second. I'm trying not to, though, because, like, I don't want to just keep dipping on you guys, you know what I mean? But I think I could be wrong, but I think she's saying she's 28 years old, but I could be wrong on that. Oh, you guys want to hear something crazy? Not to bring up an old subject or whatever, but you were saying something before about quote-unquote liking the mold. I mean, obviously as a joke, but I assume anyway you're saying it as a joke. But yeah, basically, back in my younger days, I was dating a said chick who was 27 years old when I was 18, or when I was 15 years old. I didn't tell her I was 15 though, so that's kind of on me. But I was kind of an asshole, like literally. So like where she's from, the age of consent, if you will, is 16. So 16 is basically their age of 18. So I told the said chick when I realized that, I'm like, yeah, I'm 16 years old. And then when I really turned 16, I was like, hey, so remember when I was telling you I was 16 years old? Yeah, so I wasn't really then. I don't know why I mentioned that other than I was an asshole when I was younger, but it was kind of a funny thing. Alright, time to empty the load of proud of you. Get it, proud of you? Wait. You're saying get it, proud of you? Are you saying the get it to me and proud of you to Nicola, or get it, proud of you to me? I don't know, but either way, yeah. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna unpause the Esther again real quick.
But when the attendants delivered the king's command...
And yeah, I don't need to go yet, but I'll do it later. I mean, I do, but I don't.
Then the king became furious and burned with anger. Since it was customary for the king to consult experts in matters of law and justice, he spoke with the wise men who understood the times and were closest to the king. Karshina, Shitha, Admatha, Tarshish, Meres, Marsina.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The 7 nobles of Persia and Media, who had special access to the king and were highest in the kingdom.
Also, if I cover up the mic on accident, I'm sorry, but just scream at me and say something like, "You're covering the mic," in all caps, and I'll be like, sorry.
But the eunuchs have taken to her. Then Memucan replied in the presence of the king and the nobles, "Queen Vashti has done wrong, not only against the king, but also against all the nobles and the peoples of all the provinces of King Xerxes. For the queen's conduct will become known to all women, and so they will despise their husbands and say, 'King Xerxes commanded Queen Vashti to be brought before him, but she would not come.'"
You seem great. Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly, if Nicola speaks much English. I could be wrong, but, yeah, I haven't ever seen her write much English. But she does write sometimes, and it's like, hey, what's up? She's mostly just a watcher, so I really do appreciate the support, Nicola. Even the lurkers I love.
That Vashti is never again to enter the presence of King Xerxes. Also, let the king give her royal position to someone else who is better than she. Then, when the king's edict is proclaimed throughout all his vast realm, all the women will respect their husbands, from the least to the greatest. The king and his nobles were pleased with this advice. So the king did as Memucan proposed. He sent dispatches to all parts of the kingdom, to each province in its own script, and to each people in their own language, proclaiming that every man should be ruler over his own household, using his native tongue. Esther chapter 2. Later, when King Xerxes' fury had subsided, he remembered Vashti and what she had done, and what he had decreed about her. Then the king's personal attendants proposed, "Let a search be made for beautiful young virgins for the king. Let the king appoint commissioners in every province of his realm, to bring all these beautiful young women into the harem at the citadel of Susa. Let them be placed under the care of Higai, the king's eunuch, who is in charge of the women, and let beauty treatments be given to them. Then let the young woman who pleases the king be
I can hear you breathe. Sorry, it's my little brother. He's passed out.
Appealed to the king, and
He's snoring.
Now there was in the city of
It's not me, I promise.
tribe of Benjamin, named Mordecai, son of
I'll do
Jacob,
this though.
the son of
Hopefully
Shaphat, the
fast.
son of Kish, who had been carried into exile from Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. Among those taken captive with Jehoiakim, king of Judah. Mordecai had a cousin named Hadassah, whom he had brought up because she had neither father nor mother. This young woman, who was also known as Esther, had a lovely figure and was beautiful. Mordecai had taken her as his own daughter when her father and
Hopefully
mother
that.
died.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah,
When the king's
hopefully that
order and
fixes it
edict
for
had been
you.
proclaimed, many young women were brought
Right,
to the
yeah,
citadel of
birds.
Susa and put under the care of Higai. Esther was also
I
taken
have
to
a
the
little
king's
brother.
palace
Heck yeah.
and entrusted to Higai,
And that's
who had
what's up.
charge of the harem.
I'll turn this
She pleased him and won
Oh
his
shoot! I took
favor.
a screenshot.
Immediately,
I
he
cranked
provided
it,
her
or
with
I guess
beauty
not cranked
treatments
it,
and
but
specials.
turned it up and put
He
it by
assigned to
the
her
speaker
7
for a
female
second. You know, I was like,
attendants
yeah,
selected
try
from the
to
king's
make it so
palace
it's not,
and
so
moved
you're not
her
hearing all
and
the
her
breathing in the
attendants into
background.
the best place in the harem.
I heard him a little bit ago, but I'm like,
Esther
yeah, hopefully it's not
had
gonna be
not
picked up by the
revealed
mic,
her
but
nationality and
apparently it
family
was.
background,
He's
because
6'1".
Mordecai had forbidden her to do
Damn,
so.
bro.
Every day,
That's a little taller than my other, or than my brother. My brother's 6'footish, 5'11", something like that. 5'11" or 6 foot. And then there's my ass, who's like 5'6", 5'7". I'm like the shortest of my family. It's so screwed
6
up.
months with oil of myrrh and 6 with perfumes
At
and
14,
cosmetics.
dang.
And this is how she would go to the king.
Yeah, bro, get this. I'm like the oldest out of all my
To
siblings,
take with her from the
and
harem
yet
to
out of all the
king's palace.
full-grown siblings, I'm the
In the
shortest.
evening, she would go there,
I'm like,
and in the
bro,
morning, return
why?
to another part of the harem,
Why
to
do
the
I
care
get
of
this? But
Sheashgaz,
oh well.
the king's eunuch who was
Me
in
too,
charge
I'm
of the
short,
concubines.
right? Yeah, I hate that, bro. It's
She
like,
would not
okay,
return to the king
all my
unless
other
he was pleased
siblings
with
get
her
the
and
extra
summoned
6
her by
inches
name.
or so, and then I'm here just.
When the turn came for Esther, the young woman Mordecai had adopted, the daughter of his uncle Abihail, to go to the king, she asked for nothing other than what Higai, the king's eunuch, who was in charge
okay.
of the harem, suggested.
And
And Esther won the favor of everyone who saw her.
I need to
She
grab.
was
I don't.
taken to King Xerxes in the royal residence in the 10th month, the month of Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. Now the king was attracted to Esther more than to any of the other women, and she won his favor and approval more than any of the other virgins. So he set a royal crown on her head and made her queen
5'4".
instead of
Dang,
Vashti.
it'd be. That's
And the
like
king gave
2
a
or 3
great
inches shorter than me.
banquet, Esther's banquet, for all his nobles and officials. He proclaimed
I mean,
a
that's
holiday
still. I mean,
throughout
I
the
don't know. I'm
provinces,
definitely.
and distributed gifts
Oh
with
shit,
royal
I'm definitely short.
liberality. When the virgins
But
were
I'm a
assembled
guy,
the
so
second
like,
time,
I don't
Mordecai
know. I
was
feel
sitting
like
at
for a
table.
chick, it might be
But Esther
more normal, but I mean, it's still or short. Don't get me wrong, but
had told her to do,
definitely might be
for she
more normal to be
continued
that size in a
follow
guy. You know what I mean?
instructions, as she had done when he was bringing her up.
But then again, that could just be
During the time
something or a
Mordecai was
false
sitting at the
thing that
king's
I'm
gate,
putting out. I don't know.
Bigthana and Teresh, 2 of the king's officers who guarded the doorway, became angry and conspired to assassinate King Xerxes. But Mordecai found out about the plot and told Queen Esther, who in turn reported it to the king, giving credit to Mordecai.
My ex was 6'6".
And when the
Dang.
report was investigated and found to be true, the 2 officials were impaled.
Yeah, it's a
on
little
poles.
tall.
All this was recorded in the book of the annals in the presence of the king. Esther, chapter 3. After these events, King Xerxes...
Alright, give me a
honored
little second. I'll
son of
unmute the
Hammurabi,
mic
king
again. I just gotta go. I gotta go for a second. I'll be back in a moment. I gotta go chat and such with some people. But yeah, be back in a moment.
The king's gate.
Sorry about this, but I'll pause the stuff too.
You disobeyed the
Actually,
king's command. Day
I'll do that, but I'll try to get a good lookout on what we've done so far. Dang, can't even see it. Oh, look at that beautiful view. Alright, be back in a sec. Hey, I'm still here at the moment. I just got to log into another game on my phone real quick and make sure all my shields are up. I'm going to double check them right now, and there's a 50-50 chance I need to put them up right now. think... I think I went till 420, but it might have been 330, so I'm going to have to double check right now just to make sure, because it's 317 for me. Dang, I'm cold. Oh, I gotta shut the fan off, because it's a little cold. Alright, come on, how long? I still got an hour left, so it was 420. Screw it, I'll just put peace shields on now. Alright, so yeah, as soon as I get these peace shields on, guys, I'm gonna attempt to start digging out stuff again. And I apparently need to be up in 5 hours, but oh well. Sleep is for the weak. Who needs it? As soon as I get these shields on, though, guys, I might take a fat dab and then get back to work. Hey, you can't hear the breathing now, though. It's because I suffocated him. No, you're kidding. That would... that would be fucked up. You're like, you heard him breathing on the camera? Good, I killed him, now you won't hear that anymore. My humor is dark. I like it that way. I like my humor like I like my women. Ground up and in the freezer. What? Oh, be nice, sir? Yes. I know therapist? Yes. Hey, B. You gotta have that dark humor sometimes, right? At least in my opinion. I'm glad you stuck around, though, and I'm sorry that I'm boring right now. I'm trying to hurry, so I'm not boring, but I just like to, I don't know, waste time on other games and force people to stick around in my chat to raise my watch time or so whatever, something like that. Whatever people say to make them sound like they're a master manipulator. That's what I'm doing right now. It's all been a big plan, a coy, if you will. A rouge, a ploy, a plot, I don't know, whatever they call them, not really, but we can pretend I was thinking about that all along. Dang, for real though. I do feel like my nose is making a weird noise right now, like, it's not clogged, but it feels like I'm half clogged up, if that makes sense. Probably because I need a dab. Yeah, dabbing the system. So this this beacon over here is obviously a little too close. That's right where this first beacon's effect wears off, is right there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a third beacon out there, and then I'm going to remove the second beacon later on, the one in the middle, because the full effects from the first one and the third one are theoretically going to be able to reach all the way across, and we aren't even going to need a second beacon in the middle. Don't worry, I've been manipulated a lot. Shit, that's no good. Honestly, not good at all, but cat's up, that's what's up, though. Hey, if cat's up, should say hi for me and then tell him I'm sorry if he's still mad. I haven't made someone mad in a while. I had to pick Cat even though he's my friend. It's like, well, I gotta spam him a little, you know? Unpopular opinion, but we should get Cat on Rust. Or like even Rust Mobile. I know he's a PC player, but I can't play on PC, so like if he started playing Rust Mobile, I could play that with him and he could play it on PC. And yeah, we can keep him awake for like 2 weeks straight. Just playing a game. 2 weeks straight, no sleep. I don't know if he'll like that, but we could do it. Boom. Alright. I think all my castles are signed into at the moment. Now it's just time to mute up the mic and take a dab and cough my lungs out so that way you guys don't hear me going and all that fun stuff, you know? Shoot. Where'd I put it? I could have swore.
The Book of Esther.
Oh, thank you, Esther. There it is. I found it. Alright, he knew it was me. Oh, I'd tell him to sleep. B. Wait, so he's asleep right now or no? Oh, that does make sense if he's like, yeah, I thought I was having a nightmare. I don't know why, but in my tiny evolved brain, I didn't correlate him saying, you know, I thought I was having a nightmare with him actually being asleep. Bro, I swear, Cat did that shit to me back in the day. I mean, like, I don't know, not a nightmare if you will, but like my PTSD kicked in. Now he's up. Heck yeah. He was making a creative build or something like that, and he like didn't like the way it looked, so he placed TNT everywhere. And I was like making food at the time, so I had his stream on in the background, but I wasn't like, you know, watching my phone. So I had his stream like on the table, and I'm making food, and all of a sudden I hear TNT exploding. And even though I know I wasn't playing a game, like, you know, I wasn't playing Rust, but in my mind I hear the TNT exploding. And instantly I'm like, oh, holy crap, I'm being raided. And I turn around and grab my phone. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not even playing the game right now. Or I'm not even playing Rust or what the hell? And yeah, I don't know. I have like that Rust PTSD or whatever. Every time I hear an explosion in a game and I'm not expecting it, I think somebody's coming to attack me or raid my base. But I guess that can happen if you're going like 1v30 against people sometimes and staying awake for 2 weeks straight trying to destroy servers by yourself. You could be a little bit of a schizo on that shit. Bro, I need to do that again soon. Definitely not now, but yeah, I have that urge again. It's been a while. It's been like a year, I think, since I did it last. I need to just hop on and fuck up a few servers, and then after that, just get off again because fuck that shit. I love that game, but it's one of those games that you play every once in a while. You don't actually... It's not like a Minecraft game that you play for long periods of time or like months on end. It's one of those games you play for like a week or two, maybe a month, and then you're like, I'm off this. I need a year to recover from this, to recuperate. But yeah, he's up, hell yeah. Alright, I'm gonna for sure rip this dab real quick. So I'm going to mute it up, and I will unmute it as soon as I'm done coughing my lungs out of my throat. Yo, I'm back. I'm alive. My eyes are watering and it's hard to talk right now, but I'm alive. Oh yeah, that's a good wakey thingy. Wakey, brain is like a snakey curled up and hiding away. I don't know what I'm saying. Dang. Nah, LOL, yeah. I guess this is also technically legal as well. Like, I'm in Wisconsin, so yeah, I can only shoot, I don't know why I turned my mic off out of habit. So yeah, I can only, this is legal, so I'm in Wisconsin, I can only smoke, legally, I guess, I can only smoke stuff that doesn't have actual Delta 9 THC, so, or I guess I can smoke Delta 9 THC, but it has to be derived from hemp that has less than 0.3% THC in it. But with that being said, we do got Delta 8, or my favorite, which is THCP. THCP is like 30 times stronger than normal THC. The only difference is normal THC is illegal. THCP is not illegal. So, yeah, you can tell, if, just by those numbers, if you will, that, yeah, the P is definitely what you want. No homo. But that THCP, oh, it slaps. And that's kind of what I got a mixture of. It is, sadly, some Delta 9, or not Delta 9, Delta 8. But, it's Delta 8 and THCP mixed. So it is all legal, but, I don't know, it's still a killer. I'm just a girl. I shouldn't be talking about... I shouldn't be giving information on stuff like that, but... Especially, I don't know, like... in my chat, I'm usually more of an open whatever thing, but yeah, I should try to... I don't know, I should try to filter sometimes instead of always talking about, the first thing that comes to my mind. Alright, let's set up base real quick. I only brought 2? I thought I had 3, but... I guess 2 will have to do at the moment. Dang it, don't fall. What do you think this is? Fall Guy? To be honest, you'd be my type. Thanks. But no weirdo, but yes. Because I'm just a nerdy person with the stats, and that's what girls say they like. No, I'm kidding. I was gonna say, that's what girls say they like, but then when you actually talk to them, they're like, wow, what a nerd with the stats. No, I'm kidding, though. I can't wait till this whole thing is just, whoop, it's going to be so awesome. I'm already excited for something that I'm not going to be excited for when it's done. That's the sad part. I'm more excited now than I'm going to be when this thing's done. But yet I keep going, trying to fill that void inside that I will never fill, but I'll keep pushing until one day the void is filled. But not with happiness and joy and glee, like all think, but instead with deep, dark, withheld pain that slowly builds up until it becomes a heart attack. kills me in my 40s. Yeah. Leaves and video games. Oh, yes. I see what you mean with the leaves. That do make sense. Yeah, didn't Cat used to smoke back in the day? I mean, I never knew him when he smoked, but I've seen some of his videos where he was saying back in the day he used to be a really heavy 420 guy. And I was like, yeah, I didn't know he used to 420 it up, you know? Still does? Oh, he still does. Ooh, yeah, Caddy boy. That's what's up. I thought he quit or something, but nice. I mean, yeah, I guess, I never heard him say it himself or whatever. I just heard him say something like in a stream or whatever that, yeah, back in the day, and maybe that's what it was, though. He was saying back in the day he used to heavily smoke, and yeah, nowadays he still smokes, just not as heavy or something. I don't know. That's probably what it was, though. Drinks, yeah. I do that on occasions, too. I mean, I don't know. I try not to, especially these days, I try not to reach debauchery levels, if you will. Like, AKA, I try not to get, like, over-sensationally drunk or whatever, but, with that being said, I still will drink on occasions, and, with that also being said, there has been a few nights where I've gotten a little too fucked up. Honestly, I never blacked out in my life, other than, like, one time, and that one time was, I fell asleep in a vehicle, and I woke up, like, 5 minutes later, and I was vomiting out the door. I don't remember opening the door to vomit. I just remember falling asleep in the vehicle, and then I woke up. And, you know, I was in my mind, I'm like, well, maybe I didn't black out. Because some people, you know, they'll wake up or whatever. Or somebody will wake them up when they're asleep, and they'll do stuff and not even remember doing it. Or they'll be doing something and then, like, wake up while they're doing it or whatever. So I'm like, maybe I didn't black out. Maybe it was that. So, like, I blacked out one time in my life, and I basically argued in my head that I didn't really black out. I just, you know, woke up and I don't remember waking up or whatever until a few minutes later, and that's why it happened. But recently or whatever, when I've been trying to not drink that much, it's been easier since my tolerance has went way down. It's been easier for me to get shit-faced, you know, and stuff. So, like, I'm drinking the normal amount that I'd be drinking to get a good buzz, and all of a sudden I'm over there just like, holy fuck, I drank too much. I drank too much tonight or whatever. And, yeah, it's definitely not a good thing, because I've literally now, since that's happened, I have actually blacked out like twice since then that I don't remember. Now, granted, it's only been for like 10, 20 minutes or whatever, but still, there's like 20 minutes of my life that went missing that I don't remember, and I'm like, what? Like, I've never blacked out ever, and I used to drink a fuck ton. Now I'm drinking like, what, you know, part of what I used to drink back in the day, and I'm blacking out. Like this makes no sense, but it's probably because, like I said, I've tried to quit a lot of drinking and stuff. Like, back in the day, I could drink a whole bottle of Jack to myself easy. Nowadays, I cannot do that, but even if I could do that nowadays, for some reason, it hurts my gut the next morning, as fucked up as that is, or as pussy as that sounds. Like, I can drink Jack and Coke, I just can't drink, like, straight Jack, otherwise the next morning it's like, ugh, my gut's killing me. But that night I'm fine. It's like, yeah, it's like, woohoo, and the next morning it's like, oh, you dumbass. Had to hit a vape. As sad as it is, I'm now vaping. I used to be a smoker, now I'm none of these bitches. Now. Alright, gotta drop this 2 levels. Fuck yeah, this is the last level to drop. Come on, everybody, get down tonight. I might have, he might have stopped smoking and the drinking stopped. I'm sorry, you all good? I mean, hey, even if he did, though, that's props to him. Like, low-key, like, yeah, that's awesome. Like I said, I quit drinking for the most part. I'd still do on occasions, and yeah, it's like usually if I'm drinking by myself or whatever, I'll have like a beer or two, and I'm fine. The problem is when I hang out with friends and they're like, "Hey, bro, you want some beer?" It's like, "Yeah, I got some," and I'll bring one or two with me, and they're like, "Bro, no, 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 here, have some of this stuff," and it's like, "Well, thank you, but I got this here." And he's like, "Oh no, you need to be drinking more with us." So it's like, okay, well, I'll have some with you then. So then I get some beer from somebody or whatever. I drink my own beer, obviously, and then it's like, here, have this stuff. And then I say beer, it's like 14%, but here, have this stuff. Here, have one of these. Have one of these. And then yeah, before I freaking know it, I'm freaking 8-12 deep or whatever of these 14%. So it's in reality, it's basically like 3 beers worth or almost 3 beers worth. Not to mention they're like 2 cans worth. So basically, one beer is like a 5-pack or almost a 6-pack worth of beer each. So yeah, I'm drinking like 8 to 12 of these, and all of a sudden I'm like, shit, I am fucked up now, guys. Or like back in the day, I drink something like that, and then it's like, shit, now where's the Jack at? But yeah, if he's not drinking anymore, that's honestly what's up. It's good on him, if I'm being honest. Smoking, though, too, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I think smoking is definitely a healthier alternative than drinking. If you had to compare the two, obviously it's not healthy in general, but a healthier alternative than drinking. And there is some stuff in the Mary Jane, in my opinion, that is actually helpful or beneficial to your body. The only thing that's not beneficial is obviously the smoking aspect of it. So if you could get it in your system any other way via eating it or whatever, that would be way healthier than smoking. But yeah, if he's not doing either, that's what's up. I shouldn't have said anything. Oh, you good? It's all good. I think I know, but I'm not, Christian, you can't smoke weed. It's a sin. And it's like, okay, fine, I'll stop smoking weed. So I stopped smoking weed and I was looking into the Bible and stuff. Because, like I said, all these Christians are like, smoking weed is a sin. You cannot do it or whatever. So, yeah, I started looking into it and stuff. And it's like, wait a minute. Doesn't seem like the Bible actually says smoking weed is a sin. It does say that we should, or whatever. And we shouldn't, do witchcraft and stuff like that. But it doesn't say that we shouldn't, we shouldn't indulge in the Mary Jane on occasion, if you know what I mean. So yeah, then I'm like, well, I guess I can start smoking again. It's not all good. I'm going to go. Okay, take it easy, I guess. Dan, have fun. Hey, if Cat happens to hit you up and is actually online, not like sleeping online or whatever, but if he's actually online and wants to whatever, you could let him know if he streams. I'll try to drop in, or if he wants to just say hi, more than welcome. Or he's more than welcome to. But it is what it is. We'll be back on in a half second. Just stay tuned, I guess.